Jah Rastafari. Thank Jah Rastafari. Thank Jah Rastafari. Thank Jah Rastafari.
Jah Rastafari. Jah Rastafari.
Thank Jah Rastafari. Thank Jah Rastafari.
Jah Rastafari. Jah Rastafari. Jah Rastafari.
Yay, yay, yay. Shabbat Shalom, Semi Salam fam. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat. Here, Torah reading and feeding. Right here. Shabbat Shalom, Senbet Salam. Shabbat Tetzaweh.
Shabbat Shalom, Senbet Salam, Senbet Salam, Senbet Salam, Senbet Salam,
Nerot, lighting the lights.
Sanctifying our time. Nerot, lighting the candles. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kedeshanu b'mitzvotav, v'bitz zanu, ledlik nir shel Shabbat, v'shel Yom Tov. Blessed are you, O Yahweh, our Almighty, King of the universe, who has sanctified I and I by your commandments and has instructed I and I to kindle the lights for Shabbat and for the Kadosh day.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy, and don't bother go on like you're poorly. And you, Mrs. Holy, I'm on a chat to not if you're a chat to you. You better listen what I'm on a say. You better remember the Sabbath day. Man, me say you better keep it holy. Me say if you go feed the book, make me take a look. Go feed the book, let me take a look. Me say remember the seventh day. Man, me say you must keep it holy. Hear what I say. Ja, Rastafari. I and I give thanks and praise. For in 6 days just seated and rest upon himself. Yeah, and make the 7th day an holy day. So why shall not man do the right thing? I would say, remember the 7th day. Man, I say to keep it holy. You miss a cool it. Oh, yeah. Why John Tom say never they'll keep it holy? Because the man never show him that in the Bible. But let me show you something. Remember the 7th day. Come make me tell yourself, remember the 7th day. Man, you better keep it holy. Just make 6 days and just take 6 days and make the earth and the world and make man a certain amount of time this man can know themselves. You better keep it holy. Come here, Mr. Holy. Keep it holy. Come here, Mr. Holy. Now go like you're holy. No, you I love and not another. You may change, but I never just keep it holy. Yeah, for man shall not live by bread alone, but by the word that speaking of the mouth of Rastafari, the Almighty, I with his dread upon his head. Rastafari, the Almighty, I to keep it holy. Come on at the dread, for we keep it holy. Come on at the dread, the right for the dread, and the left for the ball, the right for the dread. A man and then the left for the ball. Why the ball won't speak the truth and speak never? Cause it's what it will, I don't know. Man, me say to keep it holy. Sister, come on down and make we keep it holy. Shall I say you shall do the thing that Rastafari do in this time until that time? Yeah, come on down and tell me. Remember the seventh day. Come Mr. Cool, if you keep it holy. Come and make we share up the golden book. Man, you better take a look at that my care works in times gone by. Only for man used to feel it, but on that my time could stand until it's I make we keep it holy. Come here, brother, cool it. Keep it holy. My brother, cool it. Keep it holy. Ja, 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 Rastafari. Ja, 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 Natifari. I and I and I and I and I.
Yes. Shabbat Shalom. That was Prince Hammer. Prince Hammer for classic right there. Sabbath day. Shabbat Shalom. Semet Salam. Here on the Erev Shabbat. Here, the Sabbath Eve service right here for this TJIF. Thank you. It's Friday. Thank you. Yeah, hallelujah. It's Friday right here. That was Prince Hammer. Sabbath day. Here's Born African. Born African, keep the Sabbath. We're going to continue with the Shabbat and holiday Siddur. You know, the Shabbat day is the holiday, the holy day in season and out of season. Here, we're still out of season here in these 4 or 5 winter moons months. Looking forward to Pesach. Looking forward to the new year, the holy new year coming up. You know, the April-May season, you know, springtime season. But here, the reason for the season, Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam. He is Born African. Keep the Sabbath. Whoa.
Whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Glory be to my God and King. Glory be to the Supreme Being, Rastafari, the Anointed One. Haile Selassie rules from Zion. Glory be to my God and King. Glory be to the Supreme Being, Rastafari, the Anointed One. Haile Selassie rules from Zion. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Don't you worry of people's politics. Don't you worry of the preacher man's liars. For you and me, we are imperfect. Jah alone is the one I salute. Him alone is the one you should serve. Him alone is the one you should praise. Him alone, defender of the faith. Him alone stands for the truth. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. I know sometimes you feel hopeless. I know sometimes you feel helpless. Don't you give up, trust in the Father, for the Father is the provider. I know sometimes you feel hopeless. I know sometimes you feel helpless. Don't you give up, trust in the Father, for the Father is the provider. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away.
Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam. Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam. Meborak, and a blessed one, a peaceful Sabbath, and a blessed one.
6 days shalt thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. 6 days shalt thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. 6 days shalt thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest.
Yeah, me now. Fireball, fireball the mula do. Fireball, 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 fireball.
6 days shalt thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, we were like little sucklings on the breast. 6 days shalt thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, we were like little sucklings on the breast. So 6 days shalt thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, we were like little sucklings on the breast.
Sembet Salam, Shabbat Shalom. A song for days of resting inside your home. Sembet Salam, Shabbat.
Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the 7th day God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the 7th day from all his work which he had made. And God blessed the 7th day, and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth, when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew.
Shabbat, 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 yes it is a Shabbat day. Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Holy day. Shabbat, 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 yes it is the Shabbat day. Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Work all week and now it's time to rest. Cook up the food and everything bless. Lay back and pull the scriptures out. Family reading what it's all about. Giving full attention to the most high of creation. He hallowed it and made it a holy day. Separation. To be one with the most high and feel his essence. Destructions of the world have to be absent. We have to remember the 4th commandment until thy kingdom come. Shabbat, 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 yes it is a Shabbat day. Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Holy day. Shabbat, 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 yes it is the Shabbat day. Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Holy day. I'm duty free from my responsibility for servitude. That's the way it's supposed to be. That's what the Father said we're supposed to do. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by the words that proceeded by him that sit up on the highest throne. From the heaven to the earth, angel and man abstain from work, just as it was from in the first. Why should I divert? Even lovers take vacation, traveling and spending time one-on-one. It's a way of strengthening their union. We should do the same thing with the Almighty One. Shabbat, Shabbat, Shabbat. Yes, it is a Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat. Yes, it is the holy day. Shabbat, Shabbat, Shabbat. Yes, it is the Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat. Yes, it is the holy day.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work. Thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it.
Shabbat Shalom, Umebarak. Sabbath peace, Shabbat Shalom, and a blessed Sabbath, peaceful and a blessed Sabbath. Happy holy day, holiday. Whoa.
Yeah! Boy, to the one down Molly. Sessa. Sugar. Holiday. A break from separation. You find a way to cope when your belly full of hope on the brink of your salvation. Holiday from police intimidation. The lamb them not the manger, protect them from the danger. The world need renovation. Saddam throat cut off and the oil price take off. Dollars thing goes off and the youth them no laugh. And old them drop off and cash plus lock up. And the biggest mark 11 they are off. The little island full of boss when I pay the staff. And world war kick off and more life are lost. We make more price a cost. We make more rifle blast. From to the 40 acre and jackass. Holiday, a break from separation. You find a way to cope and your belly full of hope on the brink of your salvation. Holiday, some joy and celebration. I wanna bless my neighbor, top of the morning to you, greetings and salutations. Don't miss a love on 90 where we need up on the street. Belly empty and the youth them tolerance a reach a peak. When I find bullet fi bus and still can't find no food fi eat. Baby mother they are yard and water soap fi wash it. So them rise up the machine them and them put them on repeat. Those without will have to get up and go look it on the street. Man a conquering lion when I come here so fi get defeat. Give them a break. Holiday, a break from separation. You find a way to cope and your belly full of hope on the brink of your salvation. Holiday from police intimidation. The lamb them not the manger, will save them from the danger. The world need renovation. I tell you, I know and I believe it, man. One day we'll surely make it, man. Have faith, I and I, redeemers have come. I tell you this, I know and I believe it, yeah. One day we'll surely make it, yeah. Have faith, I and I, redeemers have come. Holiday, a break from separation. You find a way to cope and your belly full of hope on the brink of your salvation. Holiday, yes, from police intimidation. The lamb them not
salutations.
Yes, 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 yes. Here, the Shalom Aleichem chant right here. Let's rise up to chant. Shalom, peace, Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem. I think I went into little gutters right there. Shalom Aleichem right here. Peace be upon you all. Y'all.
Shalom Aleichem, Malake HaShareta, Malake Elyon, Mi Malek Malke HaMelakim, HaKadosh, Baruch Hu. Peace be upon you all, ministering angels, messengers of the Most High, of the Supreme King of Kings, the Holy One, the Isla One, blessed be He. Boakem, Le Shalom Malake HaShalom Malake Elyon, Mi Melech Malke HaMelakim, HaKadosh, Baruch Hu. Come in peace, messengers of peace. Come in shalom, messengers of shalom, messengers of Elyon, of the Most High, of the Supreme King of Kings, the Holy Isla One, Baruch Hu, blessed be He. Baruch Hu ni, Le Shalom Malake HaShalom Malake Elyon, Mi Melech Malke HaMelakim, HaKadosh, Baruch Hu. Bless me, bless I with shalom. Messengers of shalom, messengers of Elyon, of the Supreme King of Kings, the Isla, the Holy One. Baruch Hu, blessed be He. Etkem, Tza'atkem le shalom malake ha-shalom malake Elyon. Mi Melech Malke ha-Melakim, HaKadosh, Baruch Hu. May your departure, your exodus, your coming out be in shalom, peace. Messengers of shalom, peace. Messengers of Elyon, the Most High, of the Supreme King of Kings, the Holy One. Baruch Hu. Blessed be He, be who He be. Shalom, Alei, Kalei.
Yes. The Shalom Aleichem chant right there. So here, the Sabbath service, the Sabbath Eve, the service of the Shabbat Eve. Let's touch right here on the lighting the lights, lighting the lights right here, here, here. The lighting the lights, lighting the lights. Bring this up right here. Here we go. The lighting of the lights. All right. So let's just go over just some brief lighting of the lights. Hadlaket Nerot, lighting the Sabbath candles, lighting the Shabbat lights. Now, what's interesting is this Torah reading and feeding. You know, it speaks about the priests will light the lamps of the menorah right here for the Parashat, the Torah portion, reading and feeding, known as Tetzaweh, Tetzaweh. So lighting the candles. Now, many Yehudi, they lift their hands over the flames and they make a sweeping motion as if drawing into themselves the light of Shabbat. Others, different traditions, wave their hands 6 times as if incorporating each day of the Shabua, each day of the week, into the idea of Shabbat, since Sabbath is the seventh day, then the 6 days coming forward to here the Eve and the Shabbat Eve, while covering their eyes to set aside a few moments of private prayer. Questions such as, what is my family tradition around the lights? Some like to zoom on the candles, but as we said, that's a false translation. The candlesticks is the menorah. Menorah is actually the lamps. And because of the significance of the oil, you know, oil for the anointing, oil for the light, you know, and oil in the Hebraic commodities, you know, being a symbol of the spirit, right? So that we can connect, you know, the key words, you know, and the reality, you know, of his divine majesty and the King of Kings Christ, Yeshua HaMoshiach. So what are my prayers for the Shabua? What are the prayers for the Shabua? So usually, according to tried and tradition, it's the virtuous woman of the house, as we have in Proverbs chapter 31, verse 10, the strong woman, the Eshet Chayil, you know, the mother, the daughter, you know, that initiates the Shabbat in the family, in the home, by lighting the lights and saying a baraka, a prayer. So here we have the Hadlik et Nerot, the lighting of the lamps, the lighting of the lights, the lighting of the lights. Now we shared Sister Mary Rose, her chant right here, here, here. Let's see if we can bring this up once more, once again, and then we'll go through it right here, here, here. Also, there's the Messianic version, right, that incorporates the Brit Hadasha and the Messiah, Yeshua, Hanotzri, Jesus of Nazareth. So right here, 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 basic Nerot.
Sanctifying our time, Narot, lighting the candles. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav, v'bitz zanu, ledlik nir shel Shabbat, v'shel Yom Tov. Blessed are you, O Yahweh, our Almighty, King of the universe, who has sanctified I and I by your commandments and has instructed I and I to kindle the lights for Shabbat and for the Kadosh day.
Amen, amen, amen. So here, here, here. Baruch, traditional reading of it. The traditional reading of it replaces Yahweh with Adonai, right? So here in the traditional reading, Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kedeshanu b'mitzvotav, v'tzivanu lehadlik ner shel Shabbat, and in parentheses, Vishel Yom Tov, or Wishel, and of the Yom, of the good Tov, of the day, Yom, day, Tov. So to say good day, literally is be reversed in the Hebrew, day good. So day good, Yom Tov, right? Or some say Yom Tov is the good day. The good day is like holiday, you know, so for the Shabbat, you know, the Seder, the order for the Shabbat, and for the holy days. Now, the Sabbath The Shabbat is the holy day in season, out of season. The first 7 months, 7 moons of the Shana of the year, when we begin from the month of Abib, roughly the springtime, like let's say the March, April, roughly that time right there. We're coming up, we're coming up rapidly on that time right here. So this says, blessed are you, Baruch Atah. Some say Baruch Atah Adonai. Others of us say Baruch Atah Yahweh, enunciating the full Hashem, the Hakadosh, right? The Holy One, Baruch Hu, Baruch Hashem. The Holy One, blessed be He. Baruch, blessed be Hashem, blessed be the name. So the full of full, Baruch Ata Yahweh, blessed be thee. Blessed be thee, I, we say. Blessed be you, speaking directly, Ata, the pronoun in Hebrew. Whenever we have the pronouns, usually it's more emphatic. So Baruch Ata, blessed, Baruch. Baruch is not us blessing, but us acknowledging that Yahweh, that Adonai, Adonenu, that our Lord, our sovereign, our master, our boss, that he is blessed. He is the one empowered to prosper. Baruch, Baruch. Baruch Ata Adonai, Baruch Ata Yahweh, Eloheinu, our Elohim, Melech, King, Ha-Olam. King, some interpret this as King of the universe, Ha-Olam, but also Olam, Le-Olam, is also has a sense of forever, right? So the eternal King, so Melech Ha-Olam, can be translated as like master of the universe, or literally king, ruler, sovereign, Melech, king of the universe, Ha-Olam, or more correctly in the sense of eternal king, or king till time indefinite, king till time out of mind, Melech ha-olam. Baruch ata Adonai Eloheinu melech ha-olam, Baruch ata Yahweh Eloheinu melech ha-olam. That right there is like the formula, in a sense, the formula for blessing, right? For blessing. There's a few keys of blessing, acknowledging, him, his name, acknowledging his function, Eloheinu, Ainai Elohim, right? And also the fact that he is the eternal king, the eternal sovereign. Baruch Ata Adonai, Baruch Ata Yahweh, Eloheinu melech haolam. Asher. Asher in Hebrew means like the one who, that which, or the one who, right? The one who, Asher. Like when he revealed to Moshe, yeah, right? I am, I will be, right? I will be, yeah, Asher, yeah. I will be, right? Who I will be, yeah, Asher, yeah. Or the sense often translated somewhat pseudonymously, somewhat falsely in the King James version as I am, because ehya means like to be, right? To become. Like I am being, and I will become. Ehya Asher ehya. So the Asher right there, the one who, right? Baruch Ata Yahweh Eloheinu melech haolam. Asher, the one who kiddishanu, who makes Kadash sets apart, Kedishanu, right? Kedish Anu, who sets us apart, Be mitzvotav, Be mitzvotayu, Be mitzvotayu, Be mitzvotav, by way of his mitzvot, mitzvot, commandments, his imperatives. Asher Kedishanu, Be mitzvotayu, who sets us apart, who makes us holy. So we can even ask the question and answer it. How are we made holy? When people say holy, I'm holy, or this is holy, or that is holy, right? Based on the Hebrew faith and the scriptures, right? He makes us holy, or he sets us apart. Kedishanu b'mitzvotav, by way of his imperatives, of his commandments, both his positive commands, thou shalt do, and as well as his negative commands, thou shalt not do. Asher kedeshanu b'mitzvotav, Witz Iwano, Witz Ivano, Vitz Ivano, modern Hebrew Vitz Ivano, ancient pointing with, and Siwano. Siwa, Anu, us, Siwa. Now, the Torah portion reading and feeding Tetzawe, Tetzave, Tetzawe, from Sawa to command, with and Siwano, and has commanded us, and he has commanded us with Siwano vis Evano. He has commanded us le hadlik ner, to light, or like to kindle, to light the ner, the ner. The ner in Hebrew is lamp, the lamp. So we have like the menorah, ner, nor, ner, menorah. We have the lampstand, right? And near is the lamp, the lamp. So we even see that even in this Torah reading and feeding, this Torah portion here in the season of 20th sabbatical study for Parashat Tetzave, right? Where we are commanded, or through the high priest, right? Aharon and the Kohanim are commanded to light the lights. And we, as Yisrael, according to the Berit HaYashana, right, the old covenant, the covenant at Sinai, we were commanded to bring that oil olive, right, beaten, refined, pure, for the lamps. So with wano lehadlik ner shel Shabbat, and has commanded us to light, to kindle the lamp, shel in Hebrew, of, right, shel Shabbat, of the Sabbath. And you see in the parenthesis there, it says, where shel, or vishel, there it says vishel yom tov. The ancient pointing, with shel yom tov, and of the good day, right? The Yom Tov is the holiday. So holidays are often called the good day. So right there, they're there. Right, we have the messianic as well. We'll touch on that as we have. But right here, just to keep it, pushing, keep it going forward. Once again, right here, Shema Yisrael.
Sanctifying our time, Narot, lighting the candles. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav, v'bitz zanu, ledlik ner shel Shabbat, v'shel Yom Tov. Blessed are you, O Yahweh, our Almighty, King of the universe, who has sanctified I and I by your commandments, and has instructed I and I to kindle the lights for Shabbat and for the Kadosh day.
And here, Desiree, here's the segue. Desiree, set the flame, lighting the light.
freedom and make the true liberty bell song in the western. Africans beat the kettle, bang up the conga drum, bringing out, come out about your people, come. Some depend the Indian reservation, some will go on to repatriation, some will claim the land of Canaan, and of the slave driver them be a possession. Oh, oh. Set the flame and let them go. The flame. Set 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 the flame. Whenever we feel the flame, the angels set the flame. The angels set the flame. Whenever we complain, whenever we feel the flame, the angels set the flame. The angels set the flame. Whenever we complain, set the flame. 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 Whenever we feel the flame, the angels set the
Yes, yes, yes. Shabbat Shalom, lighting the lights, lighting the lights. So right here, lighting the lights, lighting the lights. I want to share this right here, just as we get into some of the preview before the Kabbalat Shabbat. So we have the kindling of the Sabbath candles, or the lighting of the lights. Also, we have this Torah reading and feeding right here. Let's clear that right there, so we can clear that. Let's do this right here. Yeah. All right. Yeah, some of these softwares be just acting up, acting different. I guess they be updating them, and then letting us know about it later on. But anyway, the kindling of the Sabbath candles, the Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, Asher Kedeshanu b'mitzvotav, Witzewano lehadlik ner shel Shabbat v'shel Yom Tov. Blessed be the I, O Yahweh, Eloheinu, our Elohim, Melech HaOlam, Eternal King, Asher Kedeshanu b'mitzvotav, the one who has set us apart, made us holy, setting us apart, Kedeshanu b'mitzvotav, by way of his commandments, Witzewano, and has commanded us lehadlik ner, to kindle the ner, to kindle the lamp, shel Shabbat, of the Sabbath, with shel Yom Tov, and of the good day. So the good days, like the holidays. Now the Shabbat is the first of the holy days, the holidays. So here, before touching on the priestly benediction, the priestly baraka, the Birkat HaKohanim, right? We'd like to kind of connect this with the Torah reading and feeding right here. We have Numbers chapter 6, verse 22 to 27. In Numbers chapter 6, verses 22 to 27, we have what is known as the priestly benediction. Let's see if we can do this right here. The priestly benediction. Now over here, they have a quote on the side we'd like to touch on right here. Let's see if we can do this. There we go right here. It's Proverbs, Mishle, the Mashal, Mishle Shlomo, the Proverbs of Solomon, the parables, proverb, parable, basically one and the same word in Hebrew, the Mashal. So we have the Mishle Shlomo. Here we have Proverbs 20:27 that reads in the Ivrit, the Yehudit, in the Hebrew, Ner Yahweh Nishmat Adam, Chofes Kol Chadrei Vaten. The translation, the KJV, the King James usual translation, is the spirit of man, the candle of Yahweh. So they do this kind of false translation sometimes here as well, as we know with the candlesticks and this Torah reading and feeding. In fact, we might pull that page up here just to show and prove what we're speaking about. But the spirit of, let's just read it plain, the way KJV has it. The spirit of man, the candle of the Lord of Yahweh, searching all the inward parts of the belly. Let's touch on the note. You see, and the note, translators note nowadays, because you know now people can actually search out for themselves, so they can find these areas where translators might have misunderstood, been in their feelings, or just, arbitrarily translated it to what they, maybe the audience would have understood it. Since back in those days, people were using, during the 1611 time, they were using like candlesticks, but in the biblical context, we have the lamp and the lampstand. So in this Torah reading and feeding, right, even from the previous here in the instructions for the construction of the structure known as the tabernacle, we have the furniture, the pattern. As it says in the previous Torah reading, feeding the 19th for Teruma, it says, see, to Moshe, see that you do all things according to the pattern. Right? So pattern recognition. So looking at the pattern of the tabernacle in the old covenant scriptures, we see the pattern in the new, in the Brit Chadasha, where it says that man, right? It says, man's body, know ye not that your bodies are the temple. So the temple, like the temple of Shlomo, of Solomon, the second temple, Herod's temple, was basically based on the pattern. We have the root pattern, the pattern of the holy place, the pattern of the tabernacle. This is what we're studying here in these Torah readings and feedings here at the 20th sabbatical study for the Shabbat Strong. So here, on the TJIF, on the Shabbat Eve service here, we're just going through the basic Kabbalat Shabbat, Kabbalat, like Kabbalah, Kabbalat, right? Kabbalah, Kabbal in Hebrew means like to welcome, to receive, right? Also has a similar meaning in the Amharic, the Ge'ez, right? And the other Afro, right? Semitic languages, right? So we have the Kabbalat Shabbat, welcoming, receiving the Sabbath. So here we have, it says the spirit of man. You see the word candle, it's the H5216. So here we have the H5216, the Hebrew word ner. Now you see that this is original. It has like 5 Hebrew words, in the Asherit, the later the square Hebrew, but 5 Hebrew words, right? These are the ways we find the word for lamp in the scripture, right? And either of these 5s, nerah, ner, ner, nir, nir, and nir, right? Basically, you could hear this, besides the first one that has the more feminine ending, nerah, right? We have nir, 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 and nir. So basically, you can see that, these are ways of writing out the word in the biblical Hebrew for lamp, right? So we have near. Phonetically, that's how it goes right there, near, near. So BDB, Brown's Drivers Briggs definition brings out lamp, right? Lamp, right? Then we have some of the root words, near, right? So near as a verb. So near as a noun is lamp. Near as a verb means to break up, freshly plow, to freshly plow or freshly like till, right? It's through a kind of an ancient idea of gleam, like the gleam of a fresh furrow. So like when you freshly kind of plow your ground, there's a gleam, right? It's said to have a gleam to it. It's clean, it has a gleam, the gleam of the fresh furrow, right? And also means to till the soil. One of the roots here of the word for lamp, right? And also nur. So we have ner and nur, right? Nur here is fire, nur, right? Nur, right? From a ancient unused root meaning to shine, right? And therefore linking to the word for lamp, right? So we have this word here to shine, fire, fire to shine. Now this word here to shine, it says Chaldee. So this is more of a Aramaic. This is a more of an Aramaic or Eastern Semitic. As Hebrew, biblical Hebrew is more Western Semitic. The Aramaic is more Eastern Semitic. It's almost like we say today, East Coast, West Coast, there's like different dialects. And you notice this in many countries, You know, that the people in the South sometimes speak a little different than the people in the North, right? And the people in the East sometimes speak a little different than the people in the West. You know what I'm saying? So forth and so on. But this word here is the word that we have over here when we're looking at the kindling of the Sabbath candles. In the Hebrew, it says nerot, right? Which means lamps, right? Literally, it means lamps, not candles. So we make a point out about that, you know, because as we get into the lampstand, we need to understand that it was powered by oil. We might use today candles, you know, so we don't put any sort of called rabbinical restriction on people using candles because literally the Hebrew does not speak about candles. But in our study, in order to understand it, you know, like reading comprehension and study comprehension, that's an important point, right? He commanded us, right, to kindle the lamps, right, the lamps, right, not so much the candles. All right. So here, the proper translation, the spirit of man is the lamp, right? More correctly, the lamp of Yahweh, the lamp of Jehovah, searching all the inward parts of the belly, right? Searching all the inward parts of the belly right here. Just looking at the ISV for a moment, a person's spirit. And the word for spirit here is interesting because this is the word neshama, neshama, like in Psalm 50, where it says, all mine, all the breath, or all that has breath, let them praise Yah, Yahweh, hallelujah, right? All that has neshama. When we read in Bereshith in Genesis, you know, in Genesis it says, and Yahweh Elohim, he breathed into man, right? The breath, the neshama. So this is the word neshama, right? For the word for breath, often brought out as spirit in translation, but you can see right here from scriptural references, this is referring like to the breath of Elohim, to the breath of man. In Psalm 150, the 150th Psalm, the last verse, which says, all that have breath, let them praise Yah, hallelujah, all that has neshama, right? So this here is breath. And it's interesting with the Sabbath, the Shabbat, right? It's a noun feminine. This word neshama, a noun feminine. With the Shabbat, it even says in that Yahweh, when he observed, we can say that first Shabbat, according to Bereshith, Genesis chapter 2, right? It says that he rested and was refreshed. But when we read it in the Hebrew, we see that he rested while nafash, he like took a breath, right? Almost like take a breather, right? The importance of breath, right? And breathing and the consciousness of breath and breathing and true spirituality, right, is overlooked. This is why we emphasize this right here, right? Because the translator just translates as spirit. Yes, spirit and breath are very close, but notice in the Hebrew, it's not the same word. So we have to investigate what's the difference there. Here, Strong's definition now, comparing BDB, Brown Drivers Briggs, with Strong's here. Strong's definition, right, bringing it out from a root word, this root word here, nasham. Nasham. You see, nasham? Nasham means to pant, right? Giving an example in the scriptures of a woman in travail or a woman in labor. But from the primitive shoresh root, properly like to blow away. In a sense, it can mean to destroy, but the sense is pant, right? To pant, right? So we have to puff, right? That is wind, right? Angry, it can be angry, you know, like we can breathe. Like when we're in fear, if we're in fear or anger, we breathe differently than if we're in joy. Now, have you noticed that? When you are in fear or in anger or worry, you breathe differently than when you are at a state of rest or peace or joy or happiness. So this is to say here in the definition, the or, this word can apply to either or state. Yes, the vital breath, wind. Also to the inspiration. Look at that right there. Spiration, spirit, inspiration, the spirit within, inspiration, also intellect. See how the spirit, inspiration connected with the intellect? But here's what's interesting. You know, when they say, is man an animal? Man is not an animal. Okay, well, I hear that animal is not in the KJV Bible. Animal, the word animal does not appear. It uses words like creature, creation, beast, on that level. But when we look at the fact that what man possesses, right, as his vital essence, right, speaking of his breath and his soul, the animal has also. So Solomon, Shlomo HaMelech, this is why in Ecclesiastes, Kohelet, he said, who says that when the animal dies, the animal goes down and man goes up? Right? They have one breath. You know what I'm saying? They have one breath. So, but in this case with man, right, the difference with man that we do not have documented in the scriptures that into man, Yahweh breathes, check this, his own breath, right? So here we have more better translation is not the spirit of man, right? Or the spirit of Adam. So Adam is used in the scripture both specifically and generally, right? Adam is using the scripture specifically for the man we call Adam, like Adam and Eve, yeah, and also for Adam as man in general, like mankind, like human being, humanity, so to speak, right? But I notice that all these translators are continually saying the spirit of man, the spirit of man. Let me see if this one says the same thing right here, but they do say down here Yahweh's lamp, right? Doesn't bring out that part lamp. It's amazing because some of the translators you don't get it, but sometimes they kind of like freestyle too much for I and I's sake, right? They kind of freestyle too much. See, look at this right here. BSB, though sometimes their translations are a little bit BSy, right? But BSB, got to give credit where credit is due, right? With that note next to spirit, it has the E, right? We hit the E, it says or breath, right? Or breath or speech, right? Breath or speech. Right? Remember, it says man was made in the image after the likeness of Elohim, of the creator of God, right? Because we look at it sometimes physically, we say, well, look how man is made, head, arm, leg, arm, leg, and head supreme, like the gods and earths, they say, you know what I'm saying? 5% nation on that level of God, you know what I'm saying? So to speak, right? But here we have a key link, breath and speech, part of the image, right? Part of the image that man in the beginning was made in is not the so-called externalized image, right? That's like the image, right? But it's also the inner, the sense of logic, the sense of reason, right? The sense of logic, of logos, logic, and the sense of reason, as well as the faculty of speech, right? The faculty of speech. In other words, what separates man from the other living creatures, or let's say it another way, what separates man from the other animals, right? Or the other living creatures, right? It's the ability of speech and logic and reason, right? So a more better translation is the spirit of man, the spirit of Adam, right, is the lamp of Yahweh, searching out his inmost being or his deepest part, the deepest part of his body, which here it has as the baten, the beten. The beten is the belly, the womb, right? The womb, right? It's kind of interesting how many different spiritualities sometimes focus on the belly, like how health is really contained in the belly. You know what I mean? When you think about it, the belly, you know what I mean? Most sicknesses and diseases, the connection of the belly. Even proper breathing, check this out. Proper breathing has to do with abdominal. They call it the abdominal breath. Most people breathe from the upper chest, right? But the abdominal breathing. Why I'm pointing this out is because just looking at this one verse in the spirit, right? When it says belly, one might just think, oh, belly, 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 But then when we understand the word for spirit is neshama, and neshama is breath. And then we think about breathing. Do a little bit of research. In fact, we had a whole presentation here for this Torah reading and feeding on breathing and what's considered to be proper and full breathing. You know what I mean? And the science of breath, right? And also the link here with spirituality. We're showing you this right here in Proverbs, right? So we can look at modern so-called understanding of proper breathing and see even here in this scriptural verse from Proverbs that the wise would have understood the same and perhaps even more, that the breath of man is the candle, no, is the lamp of Yahweh. The what? The breath of man. So now think about this when we're talking about the lampstand and the lamps, you know what I mean, of the lampstand, right? And here it's saying that the breath of man, right? And the breath here is neshama, right? And in Genesis chapter 2, it says that Yahweh Elohim breathed into man, right? The breath, the neshama of what? Life, and man became a living, a what? A living soul, which makes me wonder there, if it says he became a living soul, is there any other kind of soul? Question. That's just a question. Is there any other kind of soul other than a living soul? So the breath of man is the lamp of Yahweh, searching all the inward parts of the belly or the abdomen. The abdomen, right? The abdomen. You know, we have that presentation here. I really would like to show you this right here, right now, on breathing, right? But just look this up: breathing techniques, proper breathing, right? And they'll show you the two ways that people breathe. The usual way people breathe from their chest, the upper chest, right? And then the fuller way to breathe as you intake, right, into the nostrils, right? You expand your belly, you expand your abdomen. You see the connection with the verse right here? The spirit of man is the lamp of Yahweh, searching. Look what chafas, searching, right? The sense of searching, right? So how when one's breathes fully, right, it's a deeper breath and it fills up more of the lungs, right? The lungs is more filled, right? And one is more refreshed because their cells and their body and their organs are able to get oxygenated, right? Even more, right? So searches out. That deeper breathing goes into the inward parts, right? The cheder. That's not cheddar. That's not cheddar. I know people see that there and they look, oh, wow, Hebrew got cheddar. They got the cheddar in Hebrew. Or we got something similar, but this is cheder, right? The cheder is the room. Look at this, the room, the cheder. Cheder is like a room, cheder, right? The cheder is the room, like a parlor. But it's actually like a room, a parlor that is like an inner room, an inner parlor, right? Is the cheder, right? Like an inner apartment, right? The inmost, right? So notice it says the breath of man is the lamp, right? The near, right? The lamp of Yahweh, searching, right? All the inward parts, right? The innermost of the belly. So this is connecting with full and proper breathing, right? And full and proper breathing, right? One's abdomen expands so that one's lower lungs, so that the lower part of the lungs can get filled as well. But notice, it didn't say ruach. It didn't say ruach for spirit. It says neshama, right? And anyone who knows truly biblical Hebrew and translation knows that neshama properly, neshama is the breath, right? Or what some Yehudi Judaically would refer to as the second soul. Right, so some say the second soul, and there's this whole trident tradition where on the Shabbat we get a second soul, our second soul. People say, well, what is the second soul? We only have one soul. What they're really referring to is the role of the breath, because the word that they translate into English as second soul is really the neshama. The neshama, the same word here, neshama, which is the breath. Why is that? Well, because on the Shabbat is the day as he took a breath and refresh, right? He rested and was refreshed. He took a breath and was refreshed. So can we take a breath, right, and be refreshed on the Shabbat? Yes. So right here, Nir Yahuwah Nishmat Adam. Chofesa Kol Chadrei Baten. Near Yahweh, the lamp of Yahweh, near Yahweh, Nishmat from Neshama. Now Nishmat, right, means the breath of. So the tav at the end, Nishmat, instead of Neshama here, to say the breath of, right, the breath of man, Nishmat Adam, right? The neshama of Adam, nishmat Adam. So the lamp of Yahweh is the breath of man. So now notice something else with the translation. When we're reading the English, it says the spirit of man is the candle or lamp of Yahweh. In the Hebrew, it says the ner Yahweh, right? The lamp of Yahweh, nishmat Adam, is the breath of man. Breath of man, the lamp of Yahweh. Chofes, 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 right? Chofes, searching. Chofes, call, all. A good deep breath there. Chofes, call, all. Chadre, the inner chambers. Chadre here is the inner chambers of. Chadre, call chadre baten. Call chadre vaten. Call chadre baten. Of the baten or the beten, right? And once again, the beten, the womb, right? Now notice the connection of the womb, right? The belly, right? For hunger, yeah. The seat of what? Mental faculties. And then also this word is used sometime of the depths of Sheol, right? But also as another word referring to the matrix or the womb, right? From an ancient sense, likely meaning to be hollow, right? And this word here is a noun feminine, right? The bosom or the body, the womb, the hollow part, right? So that's deep breaths, deep breaths. Take a good full deep breath. You know what I mean? Deep breaths, conscious breaths. But right here, let's pick up. So we wanted to touch on that because we saw over here, down here, it said, now notice how they translated this over here. They took some liberties. They said the soul. Notice they said the soul. You see what I'm saying? So here it is the same Proverbs 20 and 27. We went to the source text. We went to the Hebrew. The Hebrew said neshama. And if we go through a study, we can show you neshama, the breath he breathed into man, the breath, neshama there, all that has breath, right? Praise Yah. In Psalm 150, neshama is there too. But here, they took the liberties to call neshama the soul. Now, these words are related, but they're not the same. And sometimes in translations, even some of the Judaic, the Yehudi translations. But the difference is, even when in the Yehudi translation, they say the soul, right? Yehudi wise or Judaic wise, we're going to search the scripture, right? We're not going to depend. The English is just like a kind of a, cliff notes, so to speak. But let's touch on this right here so we can get it into the 6 Psalms, the Sabbath Psalm, Psalm 95 to 99 plus Psalm 29. Here in the season, right, we have Psalm 24. Today's daily psalm was Psalm 24. Very interesting. That's the first day, the evening psalm for the first day that the Gentiles call Sunday. But here, according to the royal order, today's daily psalm, Psalm 24. But right here, just a little bit on the priestly blessings, the priestly blessings here can be found. The priestly blessings, known as the Berkat Ha Kohanim, right, can be found in Numbers, in the Nazarite chapter 6, right, verse 22 to 27. In the Nazarite chapter, the locks, the Nazarite, Numbers chapter 6. At the end of the chapter, it has the Berkat Ha Kohanim, the Berkat, the blessings of, the benediction of, the blessings of Ha Kohanim, of the Kohanim, of the priests, aka the priestly benediction, the priestly blessings. In the Hebrew, Berkat Ha Kohanim. So the priestly benediction or the priestly blessing, the origins, right? The origins and meanings. Just a little bit here on the right up right here. The Torah instructs Aharon, Aaron, and the Kohanim. The Kohanim is the priest, to bless Amo Yisrael, to bless the people of Israel, the Beta Israel. Now, parents, right, say this baraka, this blessing to their children, each Friday evening. So Torah observant parents often say this baraka to their children each Friday evening while placing their hands on their children's heads, and thereby envelop their children with love and hopes for shalom, right? And for I and I, Yeshua shalom, right? Peace. Now, the Rebbanim, right, the rabbis, the scholars of the Torah, they understood this baraka, right, this blessing, to have been invoked by Yahweh upon contemplation of the creation of the world, upon creation, the iration itself, when the human being was formed. This Genesis chapter 2, yeah, was formed from the afar of the Adamah, from the afar of the ground, the Adamah, and at the time of the giving of the Torah, Ha-Torah, at Har Sinai, at Mount Sinai, Mount Sinai. Now it's interesting here because we can actually reference this right here because this is the studies that we're in here in the Shemester, in the Torah reading and feedings, our sabbatical studies, and here even in this Shabbat Strong. Let's look more right here. It says, it is invoked by the Kohanim on the Shabbat. It's invoked by the Kohanim, those serving as the priests, on the Shabbat and holidays. Right? Let's see right here. Do we have any more of this? Okay, I don't know where the rest of the part went right there. But that was just like a kind of a quick overview. We'll try to get the rest of that right there. But here, just touch on the priestly blessings. Once again, this is from Numbers chapter 6, the Nazarite. The Nazarite. Right? Let's not confuse Nazarite and Nazarene, but the Nazarite chapter, right? In Numbers chapter 6, verse 22 to 27. Now, here's the main part of it, and the priestly blessing is like a Trinity blessing. In other words, it's threefold, a threefold blessing. You can see it when you go to Numbers chapter 6, verse 22 to verse 27. Once again, Aaron and the priests, Aaron and his sons, the anointed ones, were to bless the people of Israel. And by tried and tradition, parents say this baraka, this blessing to their children, right, each Friday evening while placing their hands on their heads, and thereby seek to envelop their children with love and good expectation and hope for shalom. And we say Yeshua shalom. So right here, going through the priestly blessing right here, simply, basically, may Yahweh bless you and keep you. May Yahweh's face shine upon you and be gracious to you. May Yahweh's face, right, be lifted toward you and grant you peace and grant you shalom. This is the basic three parts of the priestly benediction. But here, in the way that it's usually done by the priests, and some of the scholars of Torah, with the response of the people. So here's the priestly blessing, the Barakat HaKohanim. Ye barekeka Yahuwah, we yishmereka. Ye barekeka Yahuwah, we yishmereka. Right? Yahweh bless the eye. Ye barekeka. Yahweh bless the eye. Right? We and yishmereka. Some might say, Yevarekecha Adonai we yishmerecha in modern Hebrew, but here Yevarekecha Yahuwah we yishmereka. Right? May Yahuwah bless the eye, empower you to prosper and keep and guard you. The responser, Cain. Yes, affirmative. Cain. Right? Yehi ratzon. Right? Let it be pleasing. Let it be God's will. Let it be pleasing. Yehi, let it be ratzon. Let it be favorable. Let it be acceptable. Let it be pleasing. Cain, Yehi ratzon. Second part of the Birkat Kohanim. Yair Yahuwah panayo eleka we yachuneka. May Yahweh may Yahweh cause his face to shine up on you and be gracious to you. Yair Yahuwah panayo eleka. We Huneka. Responsa, Cain, Yehi Ratzon. Third part of the Barakata Kohanim. Yisa Yahua Panayo Leka. We Yasem Leka Shalom. And here, may Yahweh lift up, Yisa, Yahweh, Panayo. May he lift up his face, Panayo, Eleka, to the eye, right? Yisa, Yahweh, Panayo, Eleka. May Yahweh lift up his face, his presence, his perception, right? To the eye, toward the eye, with Yasame. And may he appoint, may he set, with Yasame, Leka, may he set for the eye, Shalom, may he set for you peace. Respond to here, Cain, affirmative, yes, Cain, Yehi Ratzon, Yehi, let it be, Ratzon, let it be favorable, let it be pleasing, let it be acceptable. So right here, the full Berkat HaKohanim, Yibarekeka Yahweh, Yishmereka, Cain Yehi Ratzon, Yair Yahweh Panayo Leka Wichuneka, Cain Yehi Ratzon, Yisa Yahweh Panayo Leka Yasem Leka Shalom, Cain Yehi Ratzon. So right here, let's pick up right here, Kabbalat Shabbat, here, pick up with Psalm 95 to 99, right? Plus Psalm 29, right here, welcoming the Sabbath, the Shabbat, Shalom, Senbet Salam, here.
Psalm 95. Oh, come, let us sing unto the Lord. The Lord. Let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation. Salvation. Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving. And make a joyful noise unto him with song. For the Lord is a great God. And a great King above all God.
הוא מלך גדול על כל אלוהים,
above all. In his hand are the deep places of the earth. The strength of the hills is his also. The sea is his, and he made it, and his hand formed the dry land. Oh, come, let us worship and bow down. Let us kneel before the Lord our Maker. For he is our God, and we are the people of his pasture, and the sheep of his hand. Today, if you will hear his voice, harden not your heart as in the provocation, and as in the day of temptation in the wilderness. For your fathers tempted me, proved me, and saw my work. 40 years long was I grieved with this generation, and said, it is a people that do err in their heart, and they have not known my ways. Unto whom I swear in my wrath, that they should not enter into my rest. My rest. Psalm 96.
מזמור צדק ו'.
Oh, sing unto the Lord a new song.
שירו לאדוני שיר חדש.
Sing unto the Lord, all the earth.
שירו לאדוני כל הארץ.
Sing unto the Lord, bless his name.
שירו לאדוני ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו.
Show forth his salvation from day to day, day to day, day to day, day to day, day to day.
בשרו מיום ליום ישועתו, 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 ישועתו.
Declare his glory among the heathen, the heathen, the heathen, the heathen, the heathen.
ספרו בגויים כבודו, 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 כבודו.
Declare his glory among the heathen, his wonders among all people.
בכל העמים נפלאותיו, 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 נפלאותיו.
For the Lord is great, but is great, but is great, but is great, but is great.
כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, נורא הוא על כל אלוהים, 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 אלוהים.
For the Lord is great, is great, is great, is great.
כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד.
For the Lord is great and greatly to be praised. He is to be feared above all gods. For all the gods of the nations are idols, but the Lord made the heavens. Honor and majesty are before him. Strength and beauty are in his sanctuary. Give unto the Lord, O ye kings of the people. Give unto the Lord glory and strength. Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name. Bring an offering and come into his courts. O worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness. Fear before him all the earth. Say among the heathen that the Lord reigneth. The world also shall be established, that it shall not be moved. He shall judge the people righteously. Let the heavens rejoice, and let the earth be glad. Let the sea roar, and the fullness thereof. Let the field be joyful, and all that is therein. Then shall all the trees of the wood rejoice before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. He shall judge the world with righteousness, and the people with his truth, 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 his truth. Psalm 97.
מזמור צ"ז.
The Lord reigneth, reigneth, reigneth.
אדוני מלך, מלך, מלך.
Let the earth rejoice, rejoice, rejoice.
תגל הארץ, 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 הארץ.
Let the multitude of isles be glad thereof, be glad thereof, glad thereof.
ישמחו איים רבים, 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 רבים.
Clouds and darkness are round about him, around about him, around about him, around about him.
ענן וערפל סביביו, 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 סביביו.
Righteousness and judgment are the habitation of his throne, of his throne, of his throne, of his throne.
צדק ומשפט מכון כסאו, 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 כסאו.
A fire goeth before him, before him, before him, before him.
אש לפניו תלך, 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 תלך.
And burneth up his enemies round about, is round about, is round about, is round about, is round about.
ותלהט סביב צריו, 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 צריו.
His lightnings and lightnings and lightnings and lightnings and lightnings.
העירו ורקב תבל, 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 תבל.
His lightnings enlightened the world. The earth saw and trembled. The hills melted like wax at the presence of the Lord, at the presence of the Lord of the whole earth. The heavens declare his righteousness, and all the people see his glory. Confounded be all they that serve graven images, that boast themselves of idols. Worship him, all ye gods. Zion heard and was glad, and the daughters of Judah rejoiced because of thy judgments, O Lord. For thou, Lord, art high above all the earth. Thou art exalted far above all gods. Ye that love the Lord hate evil. He preserveth the souls of his saints. He delivereth them out of the hand of the wicked. Life is sown for the righteous, and gladness for the upright in heart. Rejoice in the Lord, ye righteous. Give thanks at the remembrance of his holiness. 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 98.
מזמור צד ח' מזמור.
Oh, sing unto the Lord a new song, new song, new song.
שירו לאדוני שיר חדש, 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 חדש.
For he hath done marvelous things, marvelous things, marvelous things, marvelous things.
כי נפלאות עשה, עשה.
His right hand and his holy arm, holy arm, holy arm, holy arm.
הושיע לו ימינו, ימינו.
Hath gotten him the victory, the victory, the victory, the victory.
וזרוע קודשו, 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 קודשו.
The Lord hath made known his salvation, his salvation, his salvation, his salvation, his salvation.
הודיע אדוני ישועתו, 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 ישועתו.
The Lord hath made known his salvation. His righteousness hath he openly showed in the sight of the heathen. He hath remembered his mercy and his truth toward the house of Israel. All the ends of the earth have seen the salvation of our God. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord, all the earth. Make a loud noise and rejoice and sing praise. Sing unto the Lord with the harp and the voice of a psalm. With trumpets and sound of cornet make a joyful noise before the Lord the King. Let the sea roar and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. Let the floods clap their hands, let the hills be joyful together before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. With righteousness shall he judge the world and the people with equity, 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 with equity. Psalm 99.
מזמור צד ט', צד ט', צד ט', צד.
The Lord reigneth, reigneth, reigneth.
אדוני מלך, 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 מלך.
Let the people tremble, tremble.
ירגזו עמים, ירגזו עמים, ירגזו עמים, ירגזו עמים, ירגזו עמים.
He sitteth between the cherubims. Let the earth be moved, be moved, be moved, be moved.
יושב קרובים תנות הארץ.
The Lord is great in Zion, and he is high above all the people. Let them praise thy great and terrible name, for it is holy, for it is holy, for it is holy, for it is
קדוש,
holy, for it is
קדוש,
holy,
קדוש, קדוש, קדוש.
The king's strength also loveth judgment. Thou dost establish equity. Thou executest judgment and righteousness in Jacob. Exalt ye the Lord our God, and worship at his footstool, for he is holy, for he is holy, for he is holy, for he is holy.
קדוש, 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 קדוש.
Moses and Aaron among his priests, and Samuel among them that call upon his name, they called upon the Lord, and he answered them. He spake unto them in the cloudy pillar. They kept his testimonies and the ordinance that he gave them. Thou answeredst them, O Lord our God. Thou wast a God that forgavest them, though thou tookest vengeance of their inventions. Exalt the Lord our God and worship at his holy hill, for the Lord our God is holy, 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 holy. Psalm 29.
מזמור כ"ט, מזמור לדוד.
Give unto the Lord, O ye mighty, ye mighty, ye mighty, ye mighty.
הבו לאדוני בני אלים, בני אלים, בני אלים, בני אלים.
Give unto the Lord glory and strength, and strength, and strength, and strength.
הבו לאדוני כבוד ועוד, כבוד ועוד, כבוד ועוד, כבוד ועוד, כבוד.
Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name, to his name, to his name, to his name.
הבו לאדוני כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו, כבוד.
Worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness.
השתחוו לאדוני בהדרת קודש, בהדרת קודש, בהדרת קודש, בהדרת קודש.
The voice of the Lord is upon the waters, upon the waters, upon the waters, upon the waters, upon the waters.
קול אדוני על המים, 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 המים.
The God of glory thundereth, thundereth, thundereth.
אל הכבוד הרעים.
The Lord is upon many waters, many waters, many waters, many waters.
אדוני על מים רבים.
The voice of the Lord is powerful, 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 powerful.
קול אדוני בכוח.
The voice of the Lord is full of majesty, full of majesty, full of majesty, full of
קול אדוני בהדר.
The voice of the Lord breaketh the cedars, the cedars, the cedars, the cedars.
קול אדוני שובר ארזים.
Yea, the Lord breaketh the cedars of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon.
וישבר אדוני את ארזי הלבנון.
He maketh them also to skip like a calf, Lebanon and Syrian like a young unicorn. The voice of the Lord divideth the flames of fire. The voice of the Lord shaketh the wilderness. The Lord shaketh the wilderness of Kadesh. The voice of the Lord maketh the hinds to calve, and discovereth the forests. And in his temple doth every one speak of his glory. The Lord sitteth upon the flood. Yea, the Lord sitteth king forever. The Lord will give strength unto his people. The Lord will bless his people with peace. Peace, 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 peace.
Yes. Shabbat shalom, semet salam, ana bekoah, right here. Yeah.
Ana b'koach gedulata yeminecha tatira zerura. O Lord, we beseech thee to loosen with the greatness of thy powerful right hand those that are bound in captivity. Aver arina ta'ameka sagarenu tahirenu nora. Accept the cry of thy people, exalt and purify I and I, O thou who art tremendous. Na gibor dorsheya yehudeka gvavata shamrei. O most powerful God, we beseech thee to preserve as an apple of the eye those that seek thee, who art God alone. Barakema tahrema rachemea sidkateka tamida gamle. Bless and purify them, and continually requite them according to thy merciful, righteous. Chasina kadosha barova tuveka nachela edateka. O thou who art most mighty and holy, guide thy congregate, thy aggregate people in thine abundant goodness. Yachida ge'eh li'ameka b'nei zochre kedushateka. Thou who art God alone and most excellent, regard thy people and who continually make mention of thy holiness, of thy set apartness. Shawatenu kadel ushmaz aikaten accept our prayers and hearken to our I and I cries. O thou to whom all secrets are known. Baruch Hashem Kovoda Malkuto Le'olam Oed. Blessed be the name of the glory of his kingdom, forever, for ever and ever and ever.
Lekadodi, come my friend, come my friend. Welcome to Shabbat, Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom.
Lekadodi, likarati kala, b'nei Shabbati nikabela. Lekadodi, likrata kala, b'nei Shabbata nikabela. Come, my friend, my lover, to meet the bride, to welcome HaShabbat, referred to as the bride. Lekadodi, likrati kala, b'nei Shabbati nikabela. We, I and I, will welcome HaShabbat, welcome the Sabbath. Come, my friend, to meet the bride. Make I and I welcome the presence of the Sabbath. Lekadodi, likrati kala, b'nei Shabbati nikabela. Shamor zakora b'dibur echad. Hishmi'anu el hama yuchad. Yeh echad ushmo echad. Yahweh echad ushmo echad. Adonai echad ushmo echad. Observe and remember the Sabbath day. The only heir, true good, true God, cause I and I to hear in a single utterance. Shamor zakor b'dibur echad. Observe and remember. Shamor, observe with zakor and remember the Sabbath day. B'dibur echad. B'dibur echad. Guard and remember in a single utterance. Make I and I hear the special kind. Hishmi'anu el ham yuchad. Hishmi'anu, the only heir, true good, true God, cause I and I to hear in a single utterance. We have here in the Seder, in the Siddur, Yihya, for Jaja in the Seder. Jaja echad, ushmo echad. Jaja is one, is the one. His name is one. L'shemo ulatifa ereta litahila, to his renown and his glory and his praise. Lekadodi, likrati kala, b'nei Shabbati nikabela. Shamor zakor b'dibur echad. Hishmi'anu el ham yuchad. Ya, Jaja echad. Adonai echad ushmo echad. L'shem ulatifa ereta litahila. Lekadodi, likrati kala, b'nei Shabbati nikabela. Likrat Shabbat. Leku we nelaka. Hiya mekor habraka mea rosh mik adam ne macheshava techila. Come, make I and I go to meet the Sabbath, for it is a wellspring of baraka, of blessing, likrata shabata, lekua we nelka, kia hia mikora habraka. From the beginning, from of old, it was ordained. Me rosh mik adam ne sukkah. Last in production, first in thought. Sofa ma'aseh b'machshava techila. Lekadodi likrati kala b'nei shapati nikabala kabala 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 kabala.
Shabbat Salam, Shabbat Shalom. A song for days of resting inside your home.
Psalm 92.
מזמור צדה ב' מזמור שיר ליום השלום.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord.
טוב להודות לאדוני, 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 לאדוני.
And to sing praises unto thy name, thy name, thy name, thy name.
ולזמר לשמך, 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 לשמך.
O Most High, Most High, Most High, Most High, Most High.
לשמך העליון, העליון, העליון.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning, it's in the morning, it's in the morning, it's in the morning.
להגיד בבוקר חסדך, 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 חסדך.
And thy faithfulness every night, it's every night, it's every night, it's every night.
ואמונתך בלילות, בלילות, בלילות.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Lord, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand it. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Lord, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of an unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire on mine enemies, and mine ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness, unrighteousness, no 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 unrighteousness.
Shabbat Shalom, Umeborak, peaceful Sabbath, Shabbat Shalom, Umeborak, and a blessed Meborak, and a blessed one. Right here to seal up the Kabbalat Shabbat. That was Psalm 92, the psalm for the Sabbath day. And here the Friday evening psalm to seal up the welcoming, receiving of the Sabbath, Psalm 93.
מזמור צדק ג' אדוני מלאך גאות לבש, לבש אדוני עוז התעזר, אף תיכון תבל בל תימות. נכון כסאך מאז, מעולם אתה. נשאו נהרות אדוני, נשאו נהרות קולם, יישאו נהרות דוחיים. מקולות מים רבים, אדירים משברי ים, אדיר במרום אדוני. עדותיך נאמנו מאוד, לביתך נאווה קודש, אדוני לאורך ימים.
Psalm 93. The Lord reigneth, he is clothed with majesty. The Lord is clothed with strength, wherewith he hath girded himself. The world also is established, that it cannot be moved. Thy throne is established of old, thou art from everlasting. The floods have lifted up, O Lord, the floods have lifted up their voice, the floods lift up their waves. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. Thy testimonies are very sure. Holiness becometh thine house, O Lord, forever, 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 forever,
Perfect storm, that's the man I bring a perfect storm. Perfect storm, I bring a perfect storm.
መዝሙር 92 በቅንፍ 93 በሰንበት ቀን የምስጋና መዝሙር። እግዚአብሔር ነገሰ፣ ክብርንም ለበሰ። እግዚአብሔር ኃይልን ለበሰ፣ ታጠቀም። ዓለምን እንዳትናወጥ አጸና። ዙፋንህ ከጥንት ጀምሮ የተዘጋጀ ነው፣ አንተም ከዘላለም ነህ። አቤቱ ወንዞች ከፍ ከፍ አደረጉ፣ ወንዞች ቃሎቻቸውን ከፍ ከፍ አደረጉ። ከብዙ ውሆች ድምፅ ከባህርም ታላቅ ሞገድ ይልቅ እግዚአብሔር በከፍታው ድንቅ ነው። ምስክርህ እጅግ የታመነ ነው። አቤቱ እስከ ረጅም ዘመን ድረስ ለቤትህ ቅድስና ይገባል።
מזמור צדק ג' אדוני מלאך גאות לבש, לבש אדוני עוז התעזר, אף תיכון תבל בל תימות. נכון כסאך מאז, מעולם אתה. נשאו נהרות אדוני, נשאו נהרות קולם, יישאו נהרות דוחיים. מקולות מים רבים, אדירים משברי ים, אדיר במרום אדוני. עדותיך נאמנו מאוד, לביתך נאווה קודש, אדוני לאורך ימים.
Psalm 93. The Lord reigneth, he is clothed with majesty. The Lord is clothed with strength, wherewith he hath girded himself. The world also is established, that it cannot be moved. Thy throne is established of old, Thou art from everlasting. The floods have lifted up, O Lord, the floods have lifted up their voice, the floods lift up their waves. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. Thy testimonies are very sure. Holiness becometh thine house, O Lord, forever, 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 forever,
Shabbat Shalom, Senbet Salam, Senbet Salam, Senbet Salam, Senbet Salam.
6 days shall thou labor, and the seventh day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and the seventh day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and the seventh day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, we are like the sucklings on the breast.
Yes, 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 yes. Shabbat Shalom. Mubarak. Blessing.
Shabbat Salam, Shabbat Shalom.
Senbet Salam, Senbet Salam, Senbet Salam, Senbet Salam. Sabbath peace, Sabbath safety, Senbet peace, rest safely, rest. The true rest and peace is in Christos and in Him. Salam.
Yes, yes, yes. In the Hebrew, Shabbat Shalom, the Amharic, Senbet Salam. So right there, Psalms 92, the Sabbath day Psalm, Psalm 93, Friday evening Psalm. So this Torah reading and feeding before us, the 20th sabbatical study. Here we have Sabbath, Shabbat, Tetzaweh. Here we have the Torah portion, Parashat, Tetzaweh. Bamarinya is a zacho. Command them is a zacho. Thou shalt command. Tetzaweh. Tetzaveh. Tetzaweh. Here, this Torah reading and feeding right here before us. Right? Thou shalt command. Thou shalt command. Let's go over some of the basics right here for this 20th sabbatical study for the Shabbat Strong in the manner of it all right here. So here, part of speech, verb. Let's see if we got some links right here. Okay, let's go to the top of the page here. We're at the LOJS Torah portion, the weekly portion right here, the reading and feeding, the 20th. We have for Tetzaweh, picking up Exodus chapter 20, right? 27, 27, Exodus chapter 27, verse 20, to Exodus chapter 30, verse 10, for this Shabuah. Shabuah is the week. Shabuah from Sheba. Right? Sheba meaning seven, and Shabuah meaning the set of seven, to say the week. Right? So this Shabuah. Right? So here we're at the eve of the Shabbat right here. Once again, Shabbat Shalom. Umeborak and Meborak, a peaceful one and a blessed one, empowered to prosper one. So here we have the sixth reading. Interesting enough, we have the sixth reading right here, the sixth reading, sixth day, the eve here, the sixth and the seventh, of course, as we're coming to the Shabbat day. So here, let's scroll over here to Tetzaveh, modern Hebrew Tetzaveh, ancient Afro-Semitic pointing to Tetzaweh. So what we have in this Torah reading and feeding is the eighth. We're at the eighth in the second book of Moshe, in the book that's known as the book of Exodus, right? Or the Sefer Shemot. In the Hebrew, we call Exodus the book of the names, the Sefer Shemot. Sefer, the book Shemot of the names. So this is the eighth reading in the second book, and in the Torah reading and feeding here in this Shemester, we're at the 20th. Right, the 20th. So from the first, book, we had the readings there, and here we are in the second book. So that means in the first book we had 10, right? We had those 10 right there. Well, actually 12, Slika. We had 12, right? Because here this is the eighth, right? So this part of this Torah reading and feeding reports that Yahweh, that Hashem commands to bring oil olive or olive oil for the lamp, the menorah. Right? The menorah is an interesting study. Remember from the previous Torah portion, it's talking about the pattern. The pattern. See that you do all things according to the pattern. Let's look up this right here. Let's go over here. You know, it was at the portion right here, but let's just go over a couple basic word searches. And also we'll touch on the daily psalm, you know, briefly here, the daily psalm, Psalm 24, you know, for the previous day, we can say at this point in time. But here, Exodus chapter 25 and 9, where it says, according to all that I show thee. So Moshe was able to see something, you know what I mean? To shew thee the pattern. So we have the pattern, the key Hebrew word here for pattern is tavnit. We have the tavnit, the pattern, right? The pattern right here. Let's scroll down here. The pattern, the structure, the pattern. So according to all that I shew thee, the pattern of the tabernacle, so the pattern of the Mishkan. Here in the Hebrew, tabernacle is Mishkan, from Shakan, right? Shakan, to dwell. This is also where we get the word in extra biblical, right? Shekinah, right? The sense of Shekinah, the dwelling, right? The dwelling place, the residence, right? Like a shepherd's hut, right? Or it can be like a den or a lair of animals, like a lion's Mishkan, a lion's den, so to speak, right? But here, this word for the dwelling place, right? The temple, the tabernacle. The tabernacle specifically here, as it says, specifically the tabernacle, properly, it's wooden walls. It's wooden walls. So here he says, according to all that I shew thee, right? The word after is not there. So if you hear that I don't really read the italicized words usually, it's because they're not there. And we study the source text, the Hebrew text, seeing those words not there. I mean, why bother? You know what I'm saying? According to all, plus there's often a different meaning, a different reading when you leave out those words right there. Because those words were added, you know, for the translators, you know, they added certain words, but at least they had the decency to put what they added, you know, in addition to the words they were translating in italics, according to like the proper printed King James versions. Yeah. So Exodus 25 and 9, according to all that I shew thee, the pattern of the tabernacle and the pattern of all the instruments thereof, even so shall y'all make. Even so shall y'all make. Right. So this sentence here, just on pattern recognition, right? In our Torah studies, best practices and procedures for other disciples, we'll point out pattern, right? Take heed to the pattern, because Moshe is instructed here in Exodus chapter 25, verse 9, right? According to all that Yahweh, that the Malach, right, would shew him, right? The pattern of the tabernacle, the pattern, the tabnit of the Mishkan, and the pattern, right, of the Kali, right? Kalim, Kalayim, right? The Kli or Kali, in a singular sense is like the objects, the Kali, right? Thereof shall y'all make it, right? So let's go into this a little bit more here, just to hear the Hebrew right here and to just compare it. It says, call Asher, right? As or like, call, like all, Asher, that which I, mareh, like show to you. Ani mareh, I show to you. Call Asher Rani mareh, otika, that I show, otika, that I show to thee, right? Otika. Call Asher Ani mareh, otika, all that I show to the eye, eight, right? Here, what am I showing to the eye? Eight, right? Tavnit, the pattern, right? Hamishkan, the Tavnit, Hamishkan, the pattern of the dwelling place, the tabernacle, right? We'et, right? And also, what am I showing to you? Ani mare otika, right? We'et, right? And Tavnit, the pattern, call kalayu, call kalayu, and all the kalayu, all of his or its instrumentation, like the furniture, the furnishings, the instruments, yeah. With Cain, and Cain, and so, yes, and so, ta'aso, ta'aso, wikain, ta'aso, wikain, ta'aso. And y'all shall do like this, wikain, and like this, or yes, Cain is like an affirmative, and like this. Let's go down to the Cain. Some say con mean like here, but here we have Cain. So, thus, therefore, right? Cain, thus, therefore, Cain, right? Therefore, thus. It can also be used as an interjection, Cain, right? To say like something's right or correct, or if you agree with something, Cain, true, Cain, right. In a assent, if you're assenting to something, agreeing to something. But in the use in Hebrew right here, right, a more adverbial use, it's like thus, so, thus, therefore, right, ta'asu. In other words, you shall do according to the tabnit, right? And the first object mentioned is the ark. So he begins, also beginning from the ark. So Yahweh begins from himself. He begins from the goal, in a sense. The goal is the ark. When we enter in to worship, right, according to the pattern, we enter from the gate, right, in the outer court, where the altar, the brazen altar is, and then the tent is there, and most ones never made it into the tent. Only the Kohanim, most of the Levites didn't make it into the tent. Only those Levites that were sons of Aharon, Aaron and his sons. Then over here, it says in Exodus 25 and 40, and look or see, right? Look, see, right? See, right? That which, right? That thou was caused to see. So here when it says look, right? That which you was shewed, but look right here. Notice it's the same H72, 7200 word. And look or see that thou make after the pattern. All right. So once again, after the verse up here in verse 9, all right, we come to the 40th verse, the end of the chapter, and there's this kind of reminder here to see that you make after the pattern, according to the pattern that was shewed, that was showed to you, that was shewed thee in the mount. Right. So there was a pattern that was shewed right in the mount. So here the Hebrew of this right here. Here it says, go to up here, it says, U re'e, U and re. So to say to see, like a command to see, re. Speaking to a man, re. See, re. Wa ase, and do, right? Or make and do, see and do. Ure, wa ase, bi tab nitam, and see and do or make, right? Bid tabnitam, according to their pattern. Tabnitam, the tabnit pattern, tabnitam, bid tabnitam, in their pattern, according to their pattern. Asher ata, that which ata, you male. Here this is speaking directly to Moshe. Asher ata, that you, Moses, no one else but you, Moses, Asher ata, Mar'eh was shown. Mar'eh, right? Mar'eh was shown. Bahar, that you was shown, right, in the mountain. Let's see what these notes here. Katab nitam, betab nitam. Okay, so here the difference between the LXX and the Masoretic. In the Masoretic, it says k, as, like, according to, right? Katabni time. And here in the LXX, the VG, the Vulgate over here, okay, okay, that's actually as the LXX has it, according to, and then the Hebrew says bi tabni time. So the Hebrew and the LXX uses different preposition. One says according to their pattern, and the other one says, the Masoretic says in or on or in the pattern. So, it could have a similarity, but one is according to their pattern, could tabni time, and the other one is bid tabni time, in their pattern, right? In their pattern or according to their pattern, right? But here we have in their pattern. So it's about the pattern, the pattern recognition. And then notice this, though this is scrolling forward, right? a whole book, right? But when we go to Numbers, Bamidbar in the wilderness, this is picking up with what we have even here in this and the previous Torah reading and feeding. The 19th, previous, here the 20th. There, Teruma, here Tzawa, right? Thou shalt command. And this work of the, you see, the KJV has the candlestick, right? But more correctly, right here, we have the menorah. So please note the difference between a lampstand and a menorah, right? I mean, there's a difference, right? We're not saying that the lampstand and the and the lampstand and the candlesticks. That we're not saying that the candlestick is bad in that sense, but it's bad when we're looking at this here as being a candlestick because we're getting the wrong idea, right? What is the role of oil in a candlestick? With a candlestick, right? Because it's something in the pattern. That's why we keep emphasizing the word pattern, right? Since it says that our bodies are the temple, right? And then we see the likeness in the pattern recognition. So here it says, in this work of the menorah was of beaten gold to the shaft thereof, and to the flowers thereof, and was beaten work according to the what? Notice again the emphasis, according to the mod. Now here he uses a different word for pattern. Here's a different word for pattern, right? Here it says mar'eh, mar'eh is like how something looks, how it appears, it's sight, right? According to the sight, the showing, in a sense, the showing, like as it was shewn, as it appeared, right? Like according to the pattern or that which was shown, right? The appearance that Yahweh had shewed, right? Had shewed Moses, so he made the menorah. Right. So just looking at where we find the word pattern, and then even in Joshua, right? Joshua here says, "Behold the pattern of the altar." So just see that this is significant. The pattern. What was the pattern of the altar of Yahweh that our fathers made? Right, not for burnt offerings nor for sacrifices, but it a witness between us and you. Note what it's saying here. This is kind of um totally different from our main focus here, but just notice the language. Behold the pattern of the altar that Yahweh, right, that our fathers, right, made, right, not for burnt offerings nor for sacrifices, but is a witness between you and us. But that's up in Joshua 22:28. So that's outside of our scope right here. But right here is what we're looking at is pattern and the pattern recognition between the altar, between the tabernacle in particular, the tabernacle, and between the temple and between man, right? Because what we have right here, right, is the commandment to bring the power of the menorah. You know, the menorah is powered, right? The menorah is powered, the lampstand is powered by oil. And then we look at the instruction. There seems to be very much emphasizing it had to be a particular kind of oil. It had to be a particular kind of oil. You know what I mean? Let me share some of this that's on the screen right here. You know, just on the shamesh. The shamesh is like the center branch, right? The shamesh. Remember, I was talking about the pattern, right? The pattern of of the lampstand. We're saying that the pattern of the lampstand, if it was viewed from top down, the lamps were arranged in what we can call in the so-called 6-point star, right, arrangement right there. Now see right there, even the Pope there with the breastplate, just to compare, contrast the pattern, right, the pattern of these things right there, right? But and the colors too, the colors are also important, right? you know and also to make sacred garments for the priests and the description of these garments, also the ordination ceremony. How was these priests officialized, like into their role, into their service? This is what this Torah portion breaks down. And lastly, but not leastly, we have the introduction into what is called the Great Worship chapter, right? The Great Worship chapter, roughly around chapter 30, the first 10 verses, where the second altar, right, the direction, instruction of the second altar is given, as well as the Great Worship chapter. Now here's when we talk about the Ghana bosom and the the cannabis and what is burnt and the ancients and the smoking. In this sense, it's kind of very interesting here, both in the end of this Torah reading and feeding and the beginning of the next, right? But here for this Torah reading and feeding, just a couple of overviews right here. We have the sixth reading where Yahuwah promises to meet and speak with Moshe, and the Israelites there, and to abide, to dwell among the children of Israel, right? And to be their Elohim. This is very interesting because this is the same thing we have mentioned in Revelation. This is on the same pattern. We have the same pattern, right? Notice the pattern, even in Revelation, right? The pattern. Even when you read Revelation, when we talk about the court and the outer court and that which is in this court and that court, what pattern are we looking at? We're just looking at a courtyard, anybody's house? No, we're looking at his pattern, right? For the pattern recognition right here. And then, of course, in looking forward, right, to the seventh reading for the Shabbat day, the seventh reading, Yahweh instructs Moses to make an incense, the Aishans altar of the same type of wood, right? The Shittim wood, aka the acacia wood, to overlay it with gold, right? And sometimes this altar, right, is called the golden altar. So look at the pattern. In the outer court, we have brazen altar, right? In the tent, in the Mishkan, the dwelling place, in the Ohel Moed, we have the golden altar of Aishans. And also the Aishans connection, right, with the prayers, right? The Aishans connection with the prayers. In fact, let's bring this up right here, right, where it speaks about the prayer, right? The prayer of the saints, right? The prayer of the saints. Let's bring this up. The Hoshen, the breastplate, the ephod. Here we go right here. The prayers of the saints. Look at Revelation. Revelation 5 and 8. And when he had taken the book, right, the four beasts and the 4 and 20 elders fell down before the Lamb, having every one of them harps, right? And golden vials full of odors, right, which are the prayers of the saints, right? The golden altar, the golden, what it says, the golden vials. Remember, the altar of the Aishans is gold, right? Full of odors, right? Full of that which is the Aishans, right? That are the prayers of the saints. And it says over here in 8 and 3, and another angel. When we look at Revelation, if you can see it, hopefully you'll see it. Even with the angels and what's happening, it's like the tabernacle is very much there, right? It's like in the book of the Epistle to the Hebrews. The Epistle to the Hebrews uses the whole priestly, structure to use it as a pattern to show something that is greater, but is a kind of supersedes it. But according to the pattern of righteousness, we have that mentioned in the Epistle to the Hebrews and also in Revelation, right? In Revelation. The better we got to understand the tabernacle and reading Revelation again, it's like, oh, wow. Because remember, Yeshua is the high priest, is our high priest, right? In Revelation 8 and 3, it says, and another Malach angel came and stood at the altar. What altar? What altar? Now, remember, is this taking place on earth or is it taking place in heaven? Remember, Moshe was shown something in the mount. Many say that what he was shown in the mount was the heavenly type, the original of which there would be a pattern on earth. And you would say, like, as above, so below. But it says here that this Malach, right, he stood at the altar. And he stood where? At the altar, having what? A golden censer. And there was given to him much, enough aishans, enough incense, that he should offer. Look what it says, that he should offer with the prayers, right, of all the saints, right? So when we ask ourselves, what was the function of the golden altar in the tent? Right, since that golden altar, the menorah, the table of the shewbread was only permissible, right? Was only permissible to the Kohanim, to Aaron and to his sons. Even the other Levites, they did not go in there. They didn't have a right to go in there. right? Only the priests went in there. So here it says that he should offer it with the prayers of the saints. So linking the ancients, the golden altar, the prayers, right? Upon the golden what? Upon the golden altar that was before the throne. Check this out. We look at the pattern, right? When we look at the pattern of the tabernacle, right? When we look at the pattern of the tabernacle, what did Yahweh begin from? What did he first describe? Right? He first described, right? He first described the ark. Right? The first thing he described the ark. Right? He began from himself to the worshiper. And the worshiper begins at the gate in the outer court, right? And must make their way to the throne. But then notice what's written in Hebrews because of our Moshiach, our anointed what? Our anointed high priest, Yeshua HaNotri, right? We have access boldly to enter into what is the throne of grace, that whole throne. So when it says here that the prayers of all the saints upon the golden altar of incense, of ancients, that was before the throne. So when we look at the positioning, right? When we look at the positioning of the golden altar in the tabernacle, where was it positioned? It was positioned before the ark, and the ark was symbolic of Yahweh's throne, of his throne on earth. This is what this day's reading, the sixth aliyah, it speaks to how Yahweh says, okay, let's bring that up. Okay, pause that. Can you pause that right there? I'll come back to that one right there. If we have the assist right here, if you can rewind that to the slide beforehand. Okay, yeah. Okay, it's a little delay. There we go. Okay, you see where it says the incense? No. Okay, let's see. Yeah, the incense. Okay, you're passing by. It's the cross. It's the one with the pretty colors. Before that, there we go. 7 and 12. The 7 and 12 one. Yeah, right. The seven lamps. They have candlestick there too. They did the same kind of thing. And the 12 loaves of bread. Right. So you see the positioning. You see even where one see within that the pattern, right, of the cross of his tree, the tree of his cross. You can even see the towel right there, right? So you see the ark right there, right? And you see where the incense, the altar of Aishans is right there. That there matches what we're reading right here in Revelation. So we can clearly see that in Revelation, right, we have the pattern. So once again, the pattern of what is being described in Revelation, right, is even according to the pattern that was shown to Moshe. Right? It says, know ye not that your bodies are the what? Are the temple. Right? So the same pattern of the tabernacle becometh the temple. So you see the altar of ancients, of incense, right there. It is in front of the ark, and the ark is that throne, right? The throne right there. So here. Just touching on a few of the basics right here. Let's go back for this Torah reading and feeding because new day, new light, right, is the Shabbat. Okay, you can run it. Yeah, you can run those images right there. Give thanks. Yes. So also we have the prophets reading. Check out Ezekiel 43, verses 10 to 27. Ezekiel. So the prophets reading, the Haftarah, aka the prophets reading for this 20th sabbatical study is Yechezkel, Ezekiel 43, 10 to 27, right? And that there speaks of what? It speaks of the altar, right? It's speaking of the altar. So this Torah reading and feeding, there's some more of a write-up right here. But looking at the time right here, I want to touch on today's daily psalm, right? Or the psalm that was for the sixth day of the Shavua, already we're at the eve. For many ones a new day may have come in. So Shabbat Shalom to those in other regions where it's already new day, right? But for I and I here, evening, morning, one day. So here, Tetzaweh, right? The 20th reading, right, from the Torah to Tzawa, thou shalt command. Now, there's this interesting kind of a write-up here, thought for the Shabua. Out of all the countries, Hakadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, Hakadosh, blessed be He, Baruch Hu, Hakadosh Baruch Hu. He chose the land, right? He chose the land for Yisrael, right? The Levant, the land for Yisrael. And from the land of Yisrael, he selected the Haykal, or the temple. And from the Haykal, he selected only the Holy of Holies. Similarly, out of all the nations, Yahweh Eloheinu selected Yisrael, the Beta Israel. And from the Beta Israel, the Beit Yisrael, he selected the tribe of Levi. And of the tribe of Levi, he chose Aharon, he chose Aaron. So there's a reasonment here about selection, right? Selection, like when we say that all of the priests, right, had to be Levites, but not all of the Levites were priests. You know what I mean? So it's like to say that all of the Levites were Israelites, but not all Israelites were Levites. And all of the priests were Levites, but not all the Levites were priests. All right. Now, this is an interesting little write up right here. We'd like to kind of reason on this right here about the garments. All right. A little interesting narrative right here, but I think we'll spare you on this one for a moment. No, let's go through it. We mentioned it. So let's just go through it. And then we'll touch on Psalm 24 briefly before letting y'all go to enjoy, to take a breath and refresh and enjoy the Shabbat. You know, Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam. So here, in Exodus 28 and 2, it says, you shall make holy garments for Aharon, holy garments. So he's speaking about the robe. You know, there's that tune, Jaja robe, right? That robe. How important is the garments, right? Are garments really important? People say, not about what you wear, and it's about what's in your heart. I mean, could that go with for the high priest? Could the Kohen say, hey, listen, I'm not gonna put on the garments right now because you know what's in my heart. God knows what's in my heart. I'm gonna go and serve. What you think would have happened? Right? But here it says, you shall make holy garments for Aharon. Right? Exodus 28 and 2. It's like, you go to see your doctor. Right? So you go to see your doctor, you're going for some surgery or something important. And the doctor's dressed all casual. You know what I mean? Dress all casual. Or, the doctor is dressed like a mechanic or like a janitor. And I mean, wouldn't you get a little suspicious? Right? So, okay, we're about to go into the OR right now, the operating room. You get a little suspicious about that. So clothing, right, does matter. And here, according to the pattern, we'll see how important it was for the priests to put on, right? Even the Israelites as well, but the priests to put on, right? The proper clothing. It's like in the new covenant sense, how important it is to put on Moshiach, right? How important it is to put on Christ, to put on Moshiach. Now, what's interesting about today's daily Psalm, Psalm 24, it connects with this Torah reading and feeding because it connects with the ark, right? With the ark. Now, that's an interesting one right there. You are the temple on the screen right there. But here, once it happened, you're going to read through this. Once it happened in the days of the master, that a certain prominent Gentile, a high-ranking officer in the Roman government, right, was walking past a study hall in Jerusalem when he overheard the school children learning their Torah verses. The man, right, stopped and listened for a while. He heard the teacher, the Moreh, reading from HaTorah, the Torah portion, about the high priest, the Kohen Gadol's special garments. He listened while the teacher read the words, these are the garments that they shall make, a breastpiece, the choshen, and an ephod, and a robe, me'il, and a tunic, ketonet of checkered work, a turban, and a sash, and they shall make holy garments in Exodus 28 and 4. Right? So it was a prominent Gentile, right? A high-ranking officer in the Roman government that heard, this Beit Midrash, like this house of study, of Yehudi, of Judahites. Now, the Gentile did not know anything about the Bible, about the Torah, right? Or Yahadut, that they call Judaism, but Yahadut, except that except what he had just heard, right? He stopped and asked, who are these garments for? So Hamoreh, right? The teacher, told him for the Kohen Gadol, for the high priest, for the big priest, right? The Gentile, the goy said to himself, I will convert to Yahadut. I will convert to Judaism so that I can become a Kohen Gadol, a big priest. So he went to Rebbe Shammai, right? One of the leading sages of the Sanhedrin. Now, some of these rabbis did live at the time of our rabbi, the rabbi of rabbis, Yeshua HaMoshiach. But here he went to Rebbe Shammai, one of the leading sages of the Sanhedrin. That was the great assembly in Jerusalem. And he said, I will allow you, right, to make me into a proselyte, like a convert, a ger, right, on the condition that when I am Yehudi, you appoint me as Kohen Gadol, as high priest, as the big priest. This is what what the Gentile said, yeah? Shammai was so infuriated. So Rebbe Shammai, he was infuriated, by the man, especially this Gentile man's impertinence, that he took a swing at him, right, with a builder's cubit, and drove him away, right? Undeterred, the goy, this Gentile man, right? He went to Rebbe Hillel, right? Shammai's colleague, and another leader in the Sanhedrin in the great assembly at Jerusalem. He made Rebbe Hillel the same offer. Hillel, he accepted the terms. And guess what? He made him a proselyte, a convert, a ger, right? But he said to him, right? He said to him, before a man can become king. So Hillel, so basically Shammai was infuriated that a Gentile would even dare ask to, like, be converted to Yahadut, to Judaism, and then once he's converted, to make him high priest. He drove him away with a builder's, with a mason's tool. Right? I'm talking about the real one, not the flea one, the free one, not them guys. You know what I mean? But Hillel was different. Hillel said, okay, I'll make you a proselyte. You can convert. And then he said to him, before a man can become king, right? A man can be made king. He has to learn about politics and government, right? Before you can be Kohen Gadol, high priest, you need to study the arts of governing over Yisrael, over Israel, from HaTorah, from the Torah. So the Gentile man, the goy, he studied Torah in preparation for becoming a Kohen Gadol, a high priest. And as he studied, he realized that the Gentile realized that he did not qualify for the position. He could never be Kohen Gadol, never ever be high priest. Even the commonest Israelite, he found out? He found this out, that even the rank and file Israelite cannot serve in the kahuna, cannot serve in the priesthood, but only, according to what is written in Torah, only the B'nai Aharon, only the sons of Aaron. How much less, he said, am I eligible? Now, he went to Shammai, the one that drove him away when he first asked, and he said, if a stranger is not eligible to serve as Kohen Gadol, as high priest, why didn't you just tell me that? He said to Rebbe Shammai, right? He went to Rebbe Hillel, right, and said, oh gentle Hillel. Hillel was more, how can you say, he was more how do you say it? He was more, kind of more polite, in a sense, right? Oh, gentle Hillel, right? May berkot, may blessings rest upon your rosh, upon your ras, your head, for bringing me under the wings of the divine presence of Elohim. If not for you, I would have become a believer. I would not have become a believer. That's interesting right there. Right? So the man went to Hillel and said, oh, gentle Hillel, May blessings rest on your head for bringing me under the wings of the divine presence of Elohim. If not for you, I would not have become a believer. So even that Gentile became a believer because at first he wanted to be the high priest. When he heard about the high priest garments, what the high priest was wearing, they said the high priest garments is said to be one of the most expensive pieces of clothing, in history. You know what I mean? One of the most expensive pieces of clothing. We showed it, I think it was like 2 point something $billion. Was 2.5 billion? Or I think a little bit more than that. But that's a pretty expensive piece of clothing right there, right? And maybe because of that reason. But what does the story here illustrate, right? It illustrates something that Rabbi Shaul, you know him as Apostle Paul, right? It illustrates the concept of one body, many parts. Paul, he discusses this. Rabbi Shaul, Paul, he discusses in First Corinthians chapter 12. He points out that Elohim gives different roles to different people. And we get to see this very clearly even in the Torah, in the various areas of the Torah narrative, that Elohim gives different roles to different people. Not everyone has the same role, just as the human body, right? The foot is not the head, and the eye is not the mouth. So too in the people of Elohim and the people of Yah, right? Not everyone is the same. Not everyone is a moreh, right? A teacher. Not everyone is Yehudi, is of the tribe of Judah, right? Not everyone is qualified to be a Kohen, a priest. But every part of the body, right? Every part of the body is important. Now, that's interesting, right there, what Rabbi Shaul, the Apostle Paul said concerning the parts of the body. And then we see with the tabernacle as well. And then when it said in the Brit Kadasha, right, know ye not, right, that your bodies are the temple, right? Now here, this is what I want to show you right here. This is what I meant when I was talking about the pattern. So if we were to look at the menorah from top down, right, we see this shape right there, right? That would be the shape of the menorah when viewed like from the top down, right? Right, with the so-called 6 points at the 6 points or triangles. This is where the lamps would be, and in the center. Remember how the Torah instruction specifies, right? 3 on this side and 3 branches on that side. So 3 and 3 is what? 6, right? 3 branches on this side. This side of what? This side of the shamash. The shamash is the center branch, right? The center shaft, the center lamp, right? That's what we read. And it says that the priest will go and he will cause a lamp. It says a lamp to ascend, right? So it seemed as though the menorah functioned, based on that center shaft. Now, of course, when we're looking at the menorah, and the center shaft, right, is only proper to see Moshiach, as that center right there, but that center shaft right there. But just looking at the pattern, I just want to share this with the pattern, so these two, right, are geometrically equal. It's like a circle and a square. A circle and a square, mathematically, are they the same or different? Most people will say that a circle and a square, right, is different. Of course, it's different physically, but mathematically, a circle and a square, both of them are 360. It's like to say how this shape, this link right there. Here. Shalom, shalom in your homes and your houses. Stay tuned. We're going to touch on Psalm 24. Just a brief run through right here. Psalm 24. But here, your house. Your house. Oh.
So much when I first met you.
Yeah. Pray to I, pray to I. The mic was off right there, but that was short, a sweet tune right there. That was a little bit longer, getting some of the audibles right here. So we have the 24th Psalm. The 24th Psalm right here, Psalm 24. The Psalm for the sixth day of this Shabua, right, as we're going into Shabbat day. But let's just reflect on the daily Psalm according to the royal order as it corresponds here with this Torah reading and feeding in a very, very interesting way. Let me see if I can quickly bring up a couple of exhibits, right? The Ark. Well, let me just say the Ark of the Covenant. That's one of the main connections right here with the 24th Psalm, right? Right, the 24th Psalm. People say, well, how you say the Ark of the Covenant? Right? You might not even see the Ark of the Covenant kind of written anywhere in, the 24th Psalm. But here to break down and build on the study right here. Now, we had in some of the previous exhibits, we had the tabernacle. We spoke about the tabernacle of Moses, of Moshe, what we have here in the Torah reading and feeding. We can call it the tabernacle of Moshe, right? We have the tabernacle of Dawid, tabernacle of David, right? Recall the tabernacle of David. And then we come to the temple, right? The temple of Solomon, right? The temple of Shlomo, right? Shlomo, the temple of Solomon, right? And then we have after that, like the second temple when they rebuilt it after the Babylonian captivity, after 70 years in Babylon during the time of Ezra and Nehemiah, right? That's why when Yeshua was saying to them what he was saying to them, it was like, oh, our fathers were building this for all these years, and then finally the latter temple was actually, ironically as it is, it was actually known as Herod's temple, right? It was Herod. Herod had given, you could say, assistance and funding, to kind of build the final form, right, of the temple that was in the 70 AD period of time. So the tabernacle is very much connected right there. Let me do this here. I was looking for some of the Ark pictures, the Ark of the Covenant pictures. Okay, let's use this right here just for the time being so we can go through some of the overview notes, and then we'll go through these 10 verses, the 10 verses, today's daily psalm. We have right here Mizmor Kaf Dalet, according to Hebrew Aleph numerics, right? They say alpha numerics, we say Aleph numerics. We have Psalm 24 in the Hebrew, Mizmor Kaf Dalet, Tehillim Kaf Dalet, right? Kaf Dalet. So here, today's daily psalm has to do with the ark in a very, very special way. Let's do this here. Let's first just hear the psalm, a plain read of the psalm KJV. Thanks to who's this? Alexander Scorby.
Psalm 24.
Hear this.
The earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas, and established it upon the floods. Who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord, or who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who hath not lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully. He shall receive the blessing from the Lord, and righteousness from the God of his salvation. This is the generation of them that seek him, that seek thy face, O Jacob. Selah. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lift up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, even lift them up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord of hosts. He is the King of glory. Selah, 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 Selah.
Or more correctly, Selah. Selah, 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 right? Selah, like an interlude, like a pause, like to the silence, to the bridge. reflective, Selah. So here, Psalm 24, Psalm 24, with that opening, that opening right there, that opening question, right? That opening question. What's going on here? Give me one moment. Trying to get this screen. Okay, here we go. Okay, get the screen correct. Okay, so here. Opening of the psalm right here, Psalm of David. The earth, Yahweh's, and the fullness thereof. The thereof is of her and her fullness, right? So the earth, she, she belongs to he who be, who he be. The earth, she is Yahweh's, and the fullness and her fullness. The world and they that dwell therein. In the Hebrew is they that dwell in her, right? So the earth is he who be, who he be's, Yahweh's, and her fullness, the world, the inhabitable portion, the wet parts of the earth, right? And they that dwell in her. We'll go into the detail of why we say the world as the wet parts. The inhabitable portions are the parts that have water, right? The wet parts. But here, we have in Psalm 24, we have a hymn of greeting, a hymn of greeting. Psalm 24 is themed a hymn of greeting. And here in the notes, K and D, Colin DeLeach, right? The summary preparation for the reception, the Kabbalah, for the Kabbalah, the reception of Ha-Adon, of Adonai, of the Lord, who is, he who be, who he be, who is, right, about to come, right? The theme, an alternative theme of today's daily psalm, Psalm 24. Now, remember also Psalm 24, it's the evening psalm for the first day that the Gentiles call Sunday, the Yom HaRishon, right? The head day, the first day. So Psalm 24 is connected with the first day of the Shabbat, right? The first day of the Shabbat, Psalm 24. So after the Shabbat, right, the Psalm 24 rise up to chant. So we have a hymn of greeting, right? A hymn of greeting, right? A hymn of greeting right here. Preparation for the reception of the Lord of Ha-Adon, of Adonai, who is about to come, right? Here we have in today's daily psalm. So now the historical background of this psalm is described in 2 Samuel chapter 6 and 1 Chronicles chapter 15. All right, this is the background of today's daily psalm. In 2 Samuel chapter 6 and 1 Chronicles chapter 15. Let's see if we can do this right here. We're gonna just get the Schofield here because we like its kind of paraphrase notes, and let's just go to Samuel in the hard copy for a moment, unless you want to go through the whole chapter right here. 2 Samuel chapter 6, right? Chapter 6. Let's go through chapter 6 right here just to get an overall theme of what we have, right? Since this is the background of Psalm 24, right? So chapter 6, right, of 2 Samuel is themed David seeks to bring the ark to Jerusalem. David seeks to bring the ark, the tabot in Amharic, they say tabot. In the Hebrew, we call the ark Ha-Aaron, Ha-Aaron, Ha-Aaron. So Ha-Aaron, the ark, the Aaron, to Jerusalem, right? To Jerusalem. Just a couple of verses here. Again, David gathered together all chosen of Israel 30,000. And David arose and went with all the people that with him from Baalei Yehuda to bring up from thence the ark of God, the ark of Elohim, whose name is called by the name of Yahweh Sebaot, that dwelleth, right? The cherubim, that dwelleth the cherubim, that dwelleth between the cherubim. I think we just have to go there just so you can see this as well. All right, let's go here to 2 Samuel, not to go through the full of the chapter. All right, so here we go. Right, 2 Samuel, right? 2 Samuel chapter 6, right? The commentary. This is the commentary, the overview. Removal of Ha-Aaron, removal of the Aron of the ark to Yerushalayim. 2 Samuel chapter 6. After David has selected the citadel of Zion, the castle of Zion. So Zion was like a fortress, a castle, right? And then that name becomes attached to the Davidic monarchy, and also then later on becomes attached to the Ark of the Covenant, right? So with Zion, right, Zion becomes like the church and the state, right? The state first with that prophecy and that word to David and his righteous seed, right? And also with David now bringing forth the ark. So first that prophecy concerning the Davidic monarchy, to Moshiach, and then we have the ark being brought forward, right? Right, or rather Jerusalem, the capital of the kingdom. He directed his attention to the organization and the improvement. This is David. This is what David did, right? The improvement of the legally established worship of the congregation. That's why we say that the book of Psalms, the Sefer Tehillim, was the liturgy. When we talk about liturgy, the Psalms was the liturgy, was like the core, right, of like the prayer and praise, or we say the worship of the congregation that had fallen grievously into decay since the death of the death of Eli, right? They say Eli, but Eli, right? In consequence of the separation of the ark from the tabernacle. So here's what's an interesting note, that the ark became separate and separated from the tabernacle. So you know how the ark was to be in the Holy of Holies, but the ark became separate. So the tabernacle was like over here, and the ark was somewhere else, right? In consequence of the separation of Ha'aron from Ha'ohel, from the tabernacle. He, speaking of David, therefore resolved first of all to fetch out the Aron Habrit, the Ark of the Covenant, as the true center, right? As what? The true center of the Mosaic sanctuary, the tabernacle of Moshe. This is what David did, right? From its obscurity, and bring it up to Zion, to bring it up to his castle, his fortress, the city of David, Zion. And having deposited there, right? Deposited in a tent, previously prepared to receive it, right? So David put the ark in its own tent. You might have seen some drawings and pictures of like an ark in a tent. This is something like what David did, right? So that means that the tabernacle was somewhere else where they were sacrificing, so on and so on. But the ark now is over here with David, right? Check it. To make this a place of worship where the regular worship of Elohim might be carried on in accordance with the instructions of the law, the instructions of Ha-Torah. That's why it says when David, a man after Yahweh's own heart. So David was regulating the priestly worship, right? Also the songs and the worship, had the ark, you know what I mean? And set an order that went straight through to the second temple time, right? That he should make the capital of Malkuto, his kingdom, the central point of worship. So here we see the idea of so-called state and church, or church and state becoming one, according to the Hebrew pattern, that he should make the capital of his kingdom the center point of the worship of the whole congregation of Yisrael, followed so naturally from the nature of the kingdom, the Malkut Elohim, the kingdom of God, the kingdom of Elohim, and the relation in the relation that David stood with the kingdom of God, right? Seek ye first the kingdom of God. As the earthly monarch of that kingdom towards Yahweh, right? Towards Jehovah, Yahweh, the Elohim Melech, right? The God King, right? That there is no necessity whatsoever to seek for even a partial explanation in the fact that David felt it desirable. Check this. David felt it desirable to have the Kohen Gadol, the high priest, with the Urim and the Tumim always close at hand. But why did not David remove? Now, here's the question. Why didn't David remove the Mosaic tabernacle to Mount Zion? He could have just removed, had everything, the whole tabernacle replaced, positioned there. But no, he removed the ark and the ark only, right? The Mosaic tabernacle to Mount Zion at Jerusalem at the same time as the ark of the covenant. And so restore the divinely established sanctuary in its integrity. Now, this question can only be answered, they say by conjectures, but it is an interesting question to see what Dawid did, right? And it seems accordingly that Yahweh approved, right, of his doing, right? One of the principal motives for allowing the exquisite, the exiting, the existing separation, one of the principal motives for allowing the existing separation of the ark from the tabernacle to continue may have been that during the time the two sanctuaries had been separated, two high priests had arisen, right? One of whom officiated at the tabernacle at Gibeon, whilst the other, namely Abiathar, who escaped the massacre of the priests at Nob. You remember in the previous psalm, it speaks about how they were snitching on David, Doeg. They had killed like all the priests. They massacred Saul and them had massacred all the priests because it was there that the priests had given David and his men the showbread and the sword of Goliath, the sword of Goliath that was stored up there. And so Doeg, the Edomite that worked for Saul, he snitched. He told, and then Saul was upset and angry, and then he wound up having the priests them killed. But Abiathar had escaped the massacre of the priests at Nob, and he fled at once to David. So, the high priest, had joined with David. But that's interesting because Yeshua, he says, not know what David did when he was hungry, how he ate of the shewbread? That connects with that whole incident we just briefly went over, right? Had been the channel of all the divine communications to David. So David had by his side, right, the high priest during the time of his persecution by Saul, and had also officiated as high priest in his camp, right? So that he could no more think of deposing him from the office that he had hitherto filled in consequence of the reorganization of the legal or the Torah-based worship, than he could of deposing Zadok, right? Zadok. And there's an interesting, the Zadokite and Ethiopian kind of connection. There's an interesting link there. Of the line of Eleazar, the officiating high priest at Gibeon. Moreover, David may from the very first have regarded the service, the abodah, that he instituted in connection with the Aaron, the ark, upon Zion, as merely a provisional arrangement. So maybe David was doing it just for the time being. That was to continue till his kingdom, Malkuto, was more thoroughly consolidated, and the way had been thereby prepared for erecting a fixed house of Elohim. Remember, David had wanted to build a fixed house. He said, look at this. I'm here in the palace of Sion, of Zion. And there is the ark of the covenant in the tent. That's when David was like, this ain't right, that I'm here in a stone palace, and the ark of the Almighty, is in a tent. This is where he had thought the idea, right? He was not able to do it, we know, but he prepared, and then his son was able to, we could say, kind of fulfill on that. And so establishing the worship of the nation of Yahweh upon a more durable foundation. David may also have cherished the firm belief that in the meantime, Yahweh would put an end to the double priesthood. So even at that time, there was a double, right? There was a double priesthood, right? That had grown out of the necessities of the times, or at any rate, given him some direct revelation as to the arrangements that he ought, right? That he ought to make. Are we still being heard right here? Yeah. We still being heard right here. Because are we still being heard? We still being heard? All right, all right. Yeah, because I think the other thing, the other monitor, no, there's a monitor here, so because sometimes the board be acting out, so there's a monitor here that I don't hear. Anyway, um, not to get all into this, but just so you can see some of the links, right? You know, so we're reading a psalm right here, right? And we're making this connection for ones who want to, like, you know, go into a little bit more of it. This is some of the backstory right here. So how Dawit, the removal of the ark of the covenant to Sion, to Zion, right? So here, just the two verses that we read. Again, Dawit gathered together all chosen of Israel, 30,000. And David arose and went with all the people that with him from Baale Yehuda, right? Baale, the lords of Judah. Baale Yehuda is not the idol Baal of the Philistines, but Baal means owner. It's like a husband. It also means husband, owner, right? Or Lord, the lords of Judah, from Baale Yehuda, right? To bring up from thence the Aron of Elohim, the ark of Elohim, whose name is called by the name of Yahweh Tsebaot, right? That dwelleth the cherubim, the cherubim. So yeah, that we have there. Just look at the note. The name, even the name of Yahweh of hosts, was called upon. All right, so right there, just to give a little back, you know, context of the historical background of Psalm 24, Mizmor Kaf Dalet, right? Is described in 2 Samuel chapter 6 as well as 1 Chronicles chapter 15. With the defeat of the Jebusites, was one of the Canaanite tribes still in the land, right? The Jebusites, with their defeat, the city of Yerushalayim, that they had renamed to Yebushalayim, right? Jerusalem, right? Right? The city of Yerushalayim in its entirety, it passed into the hands of Dawit. So the last of the Canaanites that David defeated was the Jebusites, and he took the castle, right, the fortress that was known as Sion. This is where we get the name Sion connection. He now has the opportunity of providing a resting place there for the Aron Habarit, for the Ark of the Covenant. And the psalm that we have right here, the 24th Psalm, and the psalm was composed for the joyous occasion when it was brought from the house of one named Obed Edom, Obed Edom, servant of Edom, Obed Edom. So the ark was brought from the house of one named Obed Edom, to the tent, to the what? To the tent, right? That Dawit had prepared for its reception. Now, according to tradition, right, this psalm was regularly recited in the Haykal, right? The psalm was regularly recited in the temple, right, on the first day of the Shabua, the first day of the week, i.e., what the Gentiles call Sunday, we call the Yom HaRishon, right? And in the LXX, in the Septuagint, this is explicitly stated in the heading, and also in the Book of the Seven Seals, the Amharic and the Ge'ez Bible. It's also stated there that this is a psalm, right, for the first day of the Shabua, the first day of the week. So here, this psalm being connected, right, with the reception of the Aron, the reception of the ark, right, at Sion, at Zion. You know, further where it says, like, lift up your head, O ye gates, and be ye lifted up, ye everlasting doors. Yeah, that part there. So here, let's get into this. Verse 1 and 2 speaks of the Lord of the universe, right? Right, the sovereign, right? Robeno, right? Rabino Shel HaOlamim, the Lord of the universe. In verses 3 to 6, right, asks the question, who may approach? Who may approach to Yahweh Eloheinu? Who may approach? Right? In verses 7 to 10, to seal up the third part, is the entrance. So the third part of today's Psalm 24, speaks of the entrance of the Aron, the entrance of the Tabot, the entrance of the Ark. So right here, let's pick up right here, verses 1 and 2. Right, let's go to the Ale first right here, verse 1 and 2. Mizmor Kaf Dalet, here, Pasuk Aleph. First verse, including the superscription, a psalm of David. That's the superscription, the title. A psalm of David. The earth, Yahweh's, and the fullness thereof, the world, and they that dwell therein. Here, the Ivrit, the Hebrew, Yehudit, Lid Dawid, Mizmor. Right? Of David, a Mizmor, a psalm of David, a psalm for David. Lid Dawid, Mizmor, a chant, Ises of David. La Yahuwah haaretz u meloah tevel we yoshbei bah. La Yahuwah haaretz u meloaha tevel we yoshbei bah. We yoshbei bah, we yoshbei baha, and those who dwell in her. So here, the earth is Yahweh's. La Yahuwah of for he who be, La Yahuwah haaretz, the aretz, the eretz, the earth, the aretz, right, is of he who be. So it's saying that she, the earth, is of he who be. La Yahuwah haaretz. A noble preface. This is a very noble preface right here. This is the preface, right? The earth is Yahweh's. La Yahuwah haaretz. A noble preface with a deep meaning. Although Zion was his appointed dwelling, although Zion was his appointed dwelling, his presence, his face, his perception, his presence, and his sovereignty extended throughout the world. The same thought occurred in the prayer that was offered at the Hanukkah, at the Hanukkah of Shlomo's Haykal, at the livocation, the dedication of Solomon's temple. You remember in First Kings chapter 8, verse 27, what does it read? It says, "Behold, heaven and the heaven of heavens cannot contain thee. How much less this house, this bayit, this house that I have builded." First Kings chapter 8, verse 27. La Yahuwah haaretz, of he who be, for he who be. Haaretz is the eretz, is the earth, is the land. So here we have eretz, the land, right? The earth, right? And eretz in Hebrew as a part of speech is a noun feminine, right? La Yahuwah, for of he who be. Haaretz is the terra firma, the land, right? The earth, right? So right here, the fullness, right? It says right here, it says, and, right? Meloah, meloaha, and her fullness, meloah. So here we have meloaha, right? Fully enunciated meloaha, and her fullness. Melo, fullness, meloah, her fullness, and all of her fullness, right? So in the translator, they would say like the fullness thereof, right? The fullness of her, right? All of her and her fullness. Tebel, with Yoshbei Bah, with Yoshbei and those who dwell Baha, in her, right? So the Tebel right here, right? This word is also translated as world, right? Right? World, right? Like olam. But what separates this word here, right? Okay. Oh, wow. Apologies. There. Yeah, I wasn't sharing right there. I went back to the other screen. So here, we was bringing out this right here. The highlighted word is u and miloaha, miloah, and all of her milo. So scroll down here, milo is like fullness, right? Fullness, the sense of fullness, fill, fullness, milo, right? Milo of her, right? Her fullness. So it says really more better, and the fullness thereof. So the earth, right? The eretz, right? As we pointed out, the eretz right here is a noun feminine. That's why it says this opening preface here, right? This opening preface is a preface with a deep meaning. So the earth, she, right, is of he who be who he be. The earth, she, right? La Yahweh, right, of he who be who he be, haaretz u, and Miloah, and her fullness, all that she contains, right? Tevel, Tevel ba. So the Tevel, next part of the verse, so we're breaking down the verse phrase by phrase. Here we have the Tevel. Tevel, what is the Tevel? Tevel is, here BDB brings it out as other places it translates as world, right? But some confusion can come in because olam sometimes is translated as world too. But here, this here, Strong's, I think, brings out it best from the roots of the word, right? Strong's definition says the earth as the moist and therefore inhabited. So we interpret this as, and the inhabitable portions of the earth. That is to say, the moist parts of the earth. As you notice, most ancient like civilizations, they say most ancient civilizations were, formed around water, like river valleys, like the Nile and in India, and other parts of the world, where there was water, the inhabitable portions of the earth. Right? That's why it says over here the inhabitants, right? The inhabitable portion. Oh, let me go a little deeper right here so you can see what we mean. Because Tabel is from Yabal. Yabal, it means to bring, to lead something, right? To bring, to lead in the first of the two truths. But it actually means to flow, right? To flow, right? Properly to flow, right? To bring. And if you go deeper, actually it's a sense of water, right? The flow of water. But from that word Yabal, we get Yubelu or Jubilee, right? Be that as it may, the Tabel is the inhabitable portions of the earth. There's a lot of places in earth, but some places are not so habitable. I mean, you can live there, but it's a hard. You know what I'm saying? So the Tabel, right? These are the portion of the world that are inhabited by man, by human beings, inhabitable portions, the moist parts, right? Then it says right here, it says, where Yoshbe ba, last part, and they that dwell therein, Yoshbe, those that Yashab, Yoshbe, the dwellers. Literally, Yashab means to sit, but to sit in the context of sitting, remaining, dwelling, right? So Yoshbe is like the dwellers, the inhabitants, the dwellers, the sitters, Baha, the sitters in her. Literally, it's like the sitters in her, right? But those who dwell in her, right? So the earth, she is of he who be who he be, and her fullness, the world, the moist, the inhabitable portions of the earth, and they that dwell in her. They that dwell in her. So here to this first verse, Le Dawid Mizmor. La Yahweh Haaretz Meloah. Tebelu Yoshbe Ba. Here to the second verse here. Remember, this is the opening. Rabino Shel HaOlamim, the Lord, right? The sovereign of the universe, the Lord of the universe. Here, the Beit verse. The second verse right here, KJV up. For he hath founded it upon the seas and established it upon the floods. I emphasize it because some of the false translation, but we understand from the English, but a little more better. Now we know better, right? For he hath founded her, right? Continuing, right? The theme of the first verse, for he hath founded her upon the seas and established her upon the floods. Here's the Ivrit, Yehudit, ki who, for he himself and none other. Ki who. Here we have the pronoun for he. So if the he is emphatic, they should have made the he capital H. But anyway, ki hu al yamim ye sadah we ala neharota ye koneneha ye koneneha. He has, koneneha. establish her, right? Establish her. So here, kihu for he, right? All upon yamim, upon the yams. What is a yam? A yam is a sea. Yamim is sea. Seas, the seas, yamim, right? Kihu for he himself and none other. Kihu all upon yamim. Kihu al yamim yisadah, 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 yisadaha, right? Has yasad ha, yisadaha, has founded ha, has established ha, right? Has laid the foundation of ha, right? Upon the yamim, upon the sea, set, right? To set, to found, right? Notice on the tree of life, there's a sephra yisod, yisod, the foundation, right? Kihu al yamim yisadah, wa al neharot, and on the neharot. What is the neharot? Right here we have the nahar, singular, a stream, a river. Naharot, rivers. Naharot, the rivers, the streams. Right, wa al, and on, upon neharot. Ye konen neha, ye konen neha, ye konen neha. He has established. He has established. Kun, the root verb kun, ye konen neha, ye konen neha. He has established ha, right, upon the floods, right? So compare this here with Psalm 136, round about verse 5, verse 6, right? As well as Bereshith, that's to say Genesis, Genesis chapter 7, Genesis chapter 7, verse 11, right? The world, the table, right, was thought of as resting, right, upon subterranean waters. So the ancient world and the world was thought of as resting upon subterranean waters. And this is not talking about whether so-called flat or round or this or that, but just think about this for a moment. They say they have investigated outer space. They've been all like to the far places. They can tell you about some place way, way out there that you can't get to in 100 light years or something, like, all this kind of stuff, right? But they have not even really mapped out the bottom of the ocean. There's some parts that's so deep that they're afraid to go down. Right? So isn't that interesting? They tell us they have gone way out there in the outer space. Yet there's parts of the waters that they will tell you at the same time that they have not mapped out. Right? And they quite frankly tell you that they don't really know how deep it is. That's just very interesting. But be that as it may, the ancient thought, the ancient idea, and much of our observation backs up a lot of that ancient thought and idea. Here to this verse right here, the second verse, Kihu al yamim yisadaha, wa al neharota yekonen neha. Here to this first and second verse, speaking of the Lord, the sovereign, the master of the universe, Rabino Shel HaOlamim, right there, right? And here to verses 3 to 6, right? Now, in verses 3 to 6, we have the theme of who may approach to Yahweh, right? Who may, in a sense, we say, like, step to Yahweh, who may approach to him, right? Here, verses 3 to 6, here the Gimel verse, third verse. Who shall, KJV reads, who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord of Yahweh, or who shall stand in his holy place? Here the Ivrit, Hebrew, Yehudit, right? Mi ya'aleh behar Yahweh, umi yakum bimakom kadesho. Who? Me in Hebrew is say who? Me. Like we say Mikael, who is like El. Me, who? Me, Ya'aleh, me, Ya'aleh. Who shall Allah? Who shall go up? Allah. Not Allah, but Allah, like Aliyah. Who shall go up? Who shall climb? Who shall ascend? The sense of meeting, visiting. Who shall come up? Who shall go up? Who shall ascend? Mi ya'aleh. Who is he that will go up? Mi ya'aleh behar, into the har. Har is mountain, into the har, like Harar, right? And then Ethiopia, Harar, right? Har, right? Into the mount, Yahweh, of he who be, who he be. Mi Ya'aleh Behar Yahweh. Mi Ya'aleh Behar Yahweh. Who shall go up? Who shall ascend into the mountain, the hill, right? Of he who be, who he be. Umi, more better, they say hill, but it would be more better like mountain, right? Let's see, yeah, mountain. It's actually more with hills like a range of hills, but overall a mountain, right? Into the mountain, right? Of Yahweh. Mi Ya'ale Behar Yahweh Umi Yakum. And who will kum, right? Kum. Here we have kum, right? To rise up, to stand. Yakum, right? Who is he that will stand? Yakum, mi Yakum, Umi Yakum, Bia Mikom, in the Makom, right? In the Makom. Who will stand in the Makom Kadisho? Who will stand in the Makom? So here we have Makom, Mikoma, Makom, be Makom, right? In the standing place, Makom. What's interesting about this word Makom is that it comes from the word kum, right? See that right there. So here it says umi yakum, right? And who will stand? Biya mikom, in the makom in the standing place. Who will stand in the standing place? Umiya yakuma biya mikom kadisho, be mikom kadisho, in the standing place of his Kadisho, of his holiness. So here we have Kadisho, of his set apartness in the standing place. Like who will stand in the standing place, in his holy standing place, in his set apart standing place? Who is he? So the first question is, who will ascend? Right? Who will go up? Mi Ya'ale. Mi Ya'ale. Ya'ele. Who will ascend? Who will aliyah? For the question and the answer. The question and the answer to this is actually has been already answered in Psalm 15. So here, connecting this with an earlier Davidic psalm, Psalm 15, goes into both the question and the answer, right? In a little more detail. Compare this here, what we have here in this verse, this third verse, the Gimel verse, with Psalm 15, right? Yahweh's dwelling place, right? His makom, his mishkan, being established in the midst, in the heart of Ha'am, in the heart of the people, in the heart of Amo Yisrael. It was necessary to define, therefore, who were qualified to have access to it. The answer here that we get here in this psalm, in Mizmor Kaf Dalet, Psalm 24, the answer reaffirms the high ethical character, right, of the Hebrew, we can say the Hebrew faith and the Yahadut, right, faith, right, the Hebrew faith, the high ethical and moral character, the answer coming forward. Okay, here is two questions, right? The two questions: who shall ascend into the mount, right? Into the mount of Yahweh, and who shall stand, right? In his holy place, right? In his holy standing, like his holy standing place. Here to the Hebrew, Miya Ale Behar Yahweh, Miya Yakuma Bi Mekoma Kadsho. Here, bringing us here to the Dalet. Now we're going to get an answer here, right? Here in the Dalet verse, here the fourth verse. He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who hath not lifted up his soul to vanity, nor sworn deceitfully. Look at the note, the clean hands, the clean of hands. So right here, the Ivrit, the Hebrew, let's go up here, right here. It says, Nikia kapayim ubar lebab, asher lo nasa lashav nafsho, velo nishba le mirma. So right here, we get, let's break down this answer right here. Because we have 1, 2, 3, right? 4 parts of this verse. He that hath, KJV says, clean hands and a pure heart, right? Now, the KJV here differs when we look at the Hebrew, right? From a Hebrew, some bring this out from the Hebrew understanding of the verse, right? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who have not taken my name in vain and have not sworn deceitfully. Some bring this out right here, this part here, right out as that right there. Let's see if the notes point to that right here. Nafshi, right? Nafshi. What's going on right here? Nafsho. His soul, my soul. So there's some variance in some of the text between his soul and between my soul, right? So some read it actually as, right here in the English that who have not, bringing it down here, here we go, who have not lifted up, right, his soul, right? Some read it as of his soul as nafshi, my soul, to vanity, nor sworn deceitfully. We'll get into it just now. First part of the four parts of this verse here. First part, he that have clean hands. Here in the Hebrew, niki kapayim, right? Niki. Niki kapayim. So the word for clean is niki from naki. Naki means clean, right? To say like free from or exempt. This is the word properly in Hebrew for innocent, right? This sense of innocent, free from punishment, free or exempt from obligation. The secondary sense is innocent. It's an adjective. Niki kapayim, innocent, right? Innocent. This word translated elsewhere in the KJV, blameless, clean, clear, exempted, free, guiltless, innocent, or quit, right? It's from the word naka. Naka means to be empty, to be clear. In that sense, to be pure, right? To be free, to be innocent. Almost like a garment, that gets some dirt on it and you're able to clean it and now it's free, it's clean. In that sense of the naka, right? To make clean, right? To make clean, to make beer, right? So clean, niki. But here it's not the word yad. The word yad usually is for hand. Yad, yamin, right? Here we have the word kaf. The word kaf is for the palm of the hand, right? The word kaf is the palm of the. Take your hand and kind of cup your hand and right there, and then you turn that on the side. It's like the Hebrew letter right there for kaf, right? But that word right there means the palm of the hand, like the hollow part of the hand. So what is the word picture that's coming to mind is clean hands. It's almost like some pray with their hands together, like the Hindus pray, with their hands together, like pointing upward, like they're pointing it. Others might pray with their hands like a palm, like with their palm to palm, like you're receiving, right? This is the idea right here. He that have clean hands, niki kapayim, or clean palms, right? Clean palms, right? Right? Unstained by violence or dishonesty. So, in the Hebraic sense, giving some of the qualifications here, unstained by violence, by Hamas, right? Or unjust gain or dishonesty. Clean hands, Niki, Kapayim, Ubar Lebab, Uvar Levav, Ubar Lebab. And a bar, right? Lebab. Lebab is heart, like a conscience heart. So here, this word is also pure, clean, right? We have the clean here, right? In the sense, right? Clean. But this is an interesting word, the word bar, because barar, right? The root verb here is to purify, right? So bar, right? It comes from barar, right? Barar is the verb to purify, to select, to polish. So with this understanding right here, right? To test, to prove, right? To purge. You can see some of the to select, right? But the sense of purify. So what comes out of this bar lebab, right? And purify, right? Instead of pure heart, but purified heart. Purify one's heart. Since a heart in Hebrew has to do with the mind and the thinking. Here Strong's bring out barar, to clarify, to brighten, right? To clarify, to brighten, right? To make pure. So the purify, clean your hands, purify your heart. A pure heart, free from deceit, right? Free from deceit, as we have in Psalm 18, right? Psalm 18, Psalm 18, round about verse 24, Hebraically, right there. So here, this is to touch on one of the interesting parts of the psalm where it says, who have not lifted up his soul to vanity, nor sworn deceitfully, right? Asher lo nasa lashau, nafsho, nafshi. So in the Hebrew, we have nafsho, but some see in this nafshi. Nafshi is my nefesh. So here we have the word nefesh, the word soul, psyche, the word soul, nefesh, right? In the text, we have nafsho. So here's a little bit of the reasoning. Some reason that this is better understood as who have not taken my name in vain. There's a variant in the Hebrew text. So when we're looking at the Hebrew, like some of the ancient manuscripts, we see a variant, right, in the text. The Masoretic text, right, reads nafshi, nafshi, right? Nafshi would be my soul. Nafsho, some other readings, his soul. Who have not taken nafshi, my soul, lashav, in vain, right? This must be understood as a different form of the third word of the commandment. The third word of the commandment, not to take the name of Yahweh in vain. Right? This is taken as a variant of the third word of the commandment. My soul, right? Nafshi, my nefesh, is the equivalent of me and my name that are interchangeable. Right? More on this even in Psalm 3 and 3. Right? The Ketib, right? The Ketib, what is written reads nafsho. This has been adopted by the authorized version that reads, who have not lifted up his soul to vanity. So the sense of that interpretation would be, has not striven, one who has not striven after aims that have Yahweh's disapproval. Right? So I know ones will say, well, which one is it? Actually, from the Hebrew, you can see both of those ideas. Both of you strive after, your soul, your psyche strives after those things which do not meet with Yahweh's approval, right? For Yisrael, it was almost like taking his name in vain because he has put his name upon Yisrael. And ones will say, oh, that is the Israelite. Yahweh chose those ones and upon that one. So they know the connection of Yahweh's name with Yisrael. So both of them are actually true, but just to unpack that right there. Asher lo nasa, one who has not nasa, lifted up, nasa, taken up, right? Nasa, right? His soul to lashav, to emptiness, to falsehood, to worthlessness, right? To that which is evil, right? Show, ravage, destruction, right? But a sense of shav is like uselessness. It's like vanity, useless, right? Last part, nor sworn deceitfully. So this verse gives like four qualifications right here. So that one who has a right to approach is one with clean hands not stained by violence, Hamas, or unjust gain or dishonesty in business, right? And a purified heart, right? Ubar lebab, the inner man. You see what it says, the inner man, the mind, right? Purify your thought, your thinking, the mind, the knowledge, the thinking, right? Purify, clarify your inclination, purify, clarify your resolution, your determination, your conscience, your heart, as of your moral character, the seat of appetites, emotions, passions, the seat of courage. All this is connected Hebraically with the lebab, right? With the heart, right? The heart as the most interior organ, also the heart as the center. Purify your center. What is the center of your being? Purify it, clarify it, right? The second qualification, who has not lifted up his soul, right? So in the sense of lifting up nafsho, to vanity, has not striven after aims that have Yahweh's disapproval, that Yahweh disses, right? Don't strive after what Yahweh disses, right? And thereby also fulfilling the variant in the Hebrew text, right? where it would read, Asher lo nasa lashao nafshi, who has not lifted up my soul, speaking of Yahweh's soul, therefore that third commandment, right, taking his name, right, in vain, right there. So those two are one. And then the fourth, right, qualification is nor sworn deceitfully. With law, right? With law, here we go right here. With law, nishba, 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 nishba. With law, nishba, nishba, nishba le mirma. With law, nishba le mirma, right? And has not what sworn Shabbat, Shabbat, right? Shabbat, right? Has not Shabbat, ni Shabbat. The Nephil sense of Shabbat, right? Ni Shabbat. To swear. He swore. He take an oath. Ni Shabbat, right? He swear of Yahweh, right? You know, how Yahweh swears. But then also you see how that can also flip around, you know, that oath, the juration, right? But this here in the Hebrew sense of swear, right, actually means, since it comes from the word seven, it actually means to seven oneself. You see what it says right here? To seven oneself, that is to swear as if repeating a declaration seven times. Think about that in relation to the seven seals in man. Interesting, right? To swear, right? Seven times, right? And the seven seals, man, tabernacle, yeah? Nor sworn, right? With law, nishba, right? Le mirma, right? Le mirma, mirma, mirma. Mirma is deceit, treachery, right? Has not sworn, right, in the sense of deceiving, right? The sense of deceiving, or has not sworn, right, fraudulently. Well, Robeno, Einai Rabbi, the rabbi of rabbis, he says, well, swear not at all. So you don't get caught up in that. Don't swear at all by heaven, you know, by earth, you know, by Jerusalem, right? So right there. He is faithful to the ninth word of the command. So in this one verse here, the fourth verse, it both points to the third word of the commandment. So when we say the commandment, y'all, we're saying the 10 words. The 10 words is called the commandment. Falsely, it's called the 10 commandments, but we already went through that. No such thing in the Hebrew. It's just something that has, you know, like something that has like come along, you know, but it's not really there. You know, it says 10 words, right? The 10 words is the commandment, the Torah, the 10 words where Yahweh revealed his pure will, his intent. You know what I'm saying? That only the Son was able to fulfill, and through the Son may we fulfill the 10 words. But the third word of the command that speaks on taking the name in vain, and then here where it says, nor sworn deceitfully, right? Nor sworn with law, right? Nishba lemerma, right? This is connected with the ninth word of the commandment, the ninth word, being faithful to the ninth word of the commandment, you know, swearing, you know, don't swear deceitfully. So right here, full of this verse right here, right? Niki kapayim ubar lebab, asher lo nasa lashav nafsho, asher lo nasa lashav nafshi. Welo nishba lemirma. Here to the hey verse, here to the fifth verse, right here. Still in the section who may, right? Given the qualification of who may approach, right, to that mount of Yahweh, and who may stand, right, in his holy place. He shall receive the baraka. So one that fulfills what we just touched on in the previous verse right there, shall receive the baraka, right? The empowerment to prosper, the baraka, the blessing, the baraka, the bracha, right? From Yahweh. And righteousness from the right? The Elohim, right? The Elohim, the God of his salvation. So right here. Yisah baraka me'eta Yahuwah. Uasidaka me Elohei Yisho, from the Elohim of the Elohei, the Elohim of Yisho. the Elohim of his Yesha, Yesha, of his salvation, of his prosperity, of his victory, right? From the Elohim of his salvation. What do we have here? Firstly, that the one that is able to fulfill the qualifications in the fourth verse, the previous verse, he that have clean hands and a purified heart, who have not lifted up his soul in vain or taken my name in vain and have not sworn deceitfully, he shall receive the baraka, right? But here it says, Yisa baraka me'eta Yahweh. It's interesting here because the word receive, notice what the word receive is from Nasa. Nasa, to lift up. Yisa, Yisa, he will lift up. Baraka, May'at, that comes from and that's with Yahweh. He will lift up the Baraka that comes from, and that's the sense of from is actually also with. May'at Yahweh, right? And not just the baraka, not just the blessing, the empowerment to prosper, but righteousness, tzedakah. So here we have tzedakah. Now tzedek, righteousness in the masculine sense, right? And tzedakah here, right? Tzedakah, righteousness as an attribute of Yahweh, righteousness in the case, righteousness, truthfulness, righteousness, vindication. But this sense of word righteousness, I want to see if they have it here. This word, tzedakah, often Hebraically, Judaically is taken as charity. So we have to ask, why is the word for charity in Hebrew, right, and Yehudi thought is tzedakah? Because tzedakah from tzedek means righteousness, right choiceness, righteousness, but also it means righteous giving, because that's part of righteousness, right? Tzedakah, right? And tzedakah, right, from the Elohim of his salvation. Tzedakah, may Elohe, may from Elohe, the Elohim of Yish'o, his Yesh'o, right? Yish'o, his salvation. So righteous treatment from a faithful Elohim, right? Some bring this out as it will be righteous treatment that Yahweh will do righteousness to this one, will do charity, right, to that one, will righteously give to that one. That's the righteous treatment from a faithful Elohim, the Elohe Yish'o, the Elohim of his salvation, of his victory, of his prosperity. Also, the meaning in Hebrew of righteousness is also vindication, to be vindicated. You know, if one is vindicated, that's a sign of righteousness, vindication. More on that can be found in Psalm 4, right? Round about the first, the second verse, right there, here. Yisa baraka me'eta Yahuwah, ua sedaka me Elohei Yisho. Here, to the sixth verse here, to complete the second section, the Vav verse, the Wow verse right here. Here. Who may ascend, right? Who may approach to Yahweh? So it says here, right? This is the generation, or this the generation of them that seek him, that seek thy face, O Ya'iko, Selah. Here. Some read into this the God of Jacob, even though here in the Hebrew, in the Ivrit, we don't have God of Jacob, but that seems like the usual, right? But this here, it says, oh, Jacob, right? Some interpret that as the Elohe Yaakov. But here in reading here from the Hebrew, Zedor, Dorshai, Me Baksheya Faneka Yaakov, Selah. So here, this, door. So door in the Hebrew is generation. Like, like my grandpappy's generation, my pappy's generation, my generation, my son's generation, their sons and daughters' generation. In that sense of generation. Zedor, Dorshayo, Dorshav, Zedor Dorshayo, right? This is the generation that seek, right? This is the generation. Let's bring this out right here. Now notice this here, if you will, right? If you can see the word seek, the first seek, right? The word after it is H 1875, him. That seek, you see the second seek is the H 1245, right? Zedor Dorshayo, Mibak Sheya Faneka, Yaiko, Selah. So what we have here is two words in Hebrew that the translator translates as seek, right? As seek, right? This we have first seek, Dorashai, right? Is to seek, right? This word darash, we talk about the midrash, the study midrash. You see here where it says seek deity in prayer and worship, right? This is the seek when it says seek him while he may be found. So in the Hebrew, the word darash is the root of a sense of midrash. Midrash. The Beit Midrash is like the house of study where we darash, where we seek, where we investigate, where we inquire. And when it says seek Yahweh, right, it's like to seek him through his revealed revelation, the scripture, seek him also through his revealed revelation, even in creation, to investigate. So this is the sense of seek darash. You can see as we go down, the darash tree right here, the H 1875, darash also means to ask. So we do seek, we can ask him by seeking and searching through the revealed revelation through scripture. This is where this also links darash, right? Also to the sense Hebraically, Judaically, to practice and study. Darash, darasha, right? To follow, to seek with application. Not just seeking to seek, but we seeking to find what we can apply, right? To seek with application, right? Where it says, seek Yahweh while he may be found. Now, this word darash is interesting because in its root sense, it means to trod, to frequent. Like if you do something frequently, like almost habitually, right? To tread. Like if you walk a place or some place gets well walked on, right? It's well trodden, right? To follow, darash, right? So those who seek are those who follow. So this is just bringing out the first seek. Such is the generation. This is the generation, those who seek, Dorashaya, who seek after him, who frequent him, who seek and who ask. But notice this about darash. Here, the root word specifically to worship. So study Hebraically, Judaically is considered a form of worship, right? And we study when we seek out like from his word, his revealed revelation. When we seek out, even seeking his word, even in creation, right? The two witnesses of Yahweh, his word and the creation. So here it says right here, Zedora Dor Dorashaya. This is the generation, right? This is the door, the generation, those who inhabit a certain period of time, those living during a certain period, right? The generation characterized by quality, condition, and class of men, right? But this word has to do with revolution of time. Those who are living in a certain time. Back in my grandfather's generation, different time. My father's generation, my generation, the son's generation, the son's generation, in that sense. But it's saying that this is the generation, Dorshaya, right, that seek after him, that inquires after him, right, through his revealed revelation, through his word, through study and application, right? Then it uses another word for seek here. The second word is bakash. Bakash. Bakash also means to seek. And generally, they may seem like just either or. Some might even think wrongly, oh, this is just poetical. No, it's a little bit more than poetical. It's instructional, right? Right? But this also, if you look at it, it means like to strive after something, right? To search it out, right? To search it out by any method. But notice what it says in Strong's definition, specifically in worship or in prayer, right? In worship or in prayer, right? So these two interesting words for seek. But notice, one, it says, this is the generation of them that seek him, right? That seek him. Ze dor dorshayo, right? Then it says that seek thy face. So there's two different seeking, that seek him and that seek thy face, right? Like you're speaking directly to one. Thy face, O Yaakov. This is why some read into this that perhaps in a manuscript it might have said Elohe Yaakov, and some might speculate that maybe the Elohe, the God of Jacob. So we only have O Jacob right here, because usually the usual construction in this kind of a sentence will be Elohe Yaakov, right? The God of Jacob. But notice the generation that seek, right, him, right, that studies him, and that seek thy face, that searches after thy face, O Yaakov, Selah. This is what we have right here. So generation is the type of man, right? The type of man, right? That type of man, right? That generation, you know, as we have in Psalm 12, round about verse 7, verse 8, and in Psalm 14, round about verse 4, verse 5. Seek after him. The better sense of the interpretation of this seek here from Darash, Dorshayo, right? Dorshayo, that inquire of him, Dorshayo, right? That Darash of him, to know his ways, Dorshayo. Dorshayo. This is the generation that inquires of him, Dorshayo, that inquires after him to know his ways, to know Yah's ways. Yes, right? That seek thy face. So the second part right here, Mebak She Faneka. Faneka, that seeks the eyes, face, Yaakov. Yaakov, that seeks thy face, O Jacob. Right? Thy face. So they discipline themselves to be worthy. The sense of this is often interpreted as that disciplining oneself to be worthy of entrance to thy presence, to the presence of Yahweh, right? But Hebraically, Judaically, yes, to his presence, but also to his perception, right? To see things from Yahweh's way, right? To see how he sees things, truly, to see how he sees things. So that's another level of his presence. So the word fanim, like panim and face, also has a further sense, as we see right here, in the adverbial sense, right? To be before, right? To be in front of. It can be directly the presence of, right? The face of, and also in another level of the Hebrew, the perception of, right? To perceive of one, to be before one, right? And to see it his way, right? Which is the beautiful thing, right? That's what it said. David was a man after Yahweh's own heart. He could see things from Yahweh's way, right? Discipline themselves to be worthy of entrance into thy presence, into his face, his perception, right? Yaakov. And then we have Yaakov, right? We have the heel holder, the supplanter. We have the patriarch, Avinu Jacob, right? The seed of Jacob, who deserve to be called by his name, right? In consequence of their faithfulness to Yahweh Eloheinu, right? Because remember, Jacob, in a sense, he was very faithful on certain levels. You know, Jacob, he had a very interesting Jacob's relationship, his relationship with Yahweh. So some see that the call of Jacob, O Yaakov, is because of Jacob's his faithfulness to Yahweh, his faithfulness to Elohim, right? So right there, they're there to the end of this section here. Zedora Dorshayo, Mibakisheya Faneka, Yaakov, Faneka, Elohe Yaakov, Selah. Here. Now, as we said, this is, it says Jacob, right? Oh, Jacob. Some see the seed of Jacob. Some even see the God of Jacob right there. You know what I mean? But yes. So here, to the conclusion of it, here we get to the ark part, right? Here's the ark part, right? The ark ark part right here. So interesting. It's like when Yeshua turned the water into wine. They say like leaving the best part, not really the best part for last, but here's the ark part, the entrance of the ark. Here's where we get the entrance of the ark, right? So let's go from the KJV, from low degrees to high degrees. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lifted up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. I'm going to read the Hebrew, but I've often said that the English is kind of turned around. It's kind of like turned around. But here's the Hebrew. Seua sha'arim rashekem, we hiya nasua pitachei olam, we yabo meleka hakabod, we yabo meleka hakabod, we yabo, and let enter in the Melech, the King of Hakabod, the King of the glory, the King of glory. So right here, what do we have in these verses here? Verses 7 to 10. We have the bearers of Ha-Aron, the bearers of the ark. They are at the gates, at the gates, at the gates, at the gates, at the gates. They're at the gates of Sion, the gates of Zion. And the procession is about to enter the city, even the city of David, even the city of David. So up goes a shout, Se'u she'arim rashekem, Se'u, Se'u, lift up, Se'u. So Se'u is a command from NASA, not NASA, but NASA. So NASA is the root verb, especially when studying in the linguistics, like NASA, the root word to lift up, to bear up, to take up, to lift up. So as a command, right? If I was to command, say you all, or like a group of men, right, to lift up, like to lift something up, to lift up, right? Se'u, 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 y'all, Se'u, right? Se'u, Se'u is like the command to lift up. Se'u, lift up, y'all. Se'u, she'arim, she'arim. Lift up the sha'ars, right? So here we have the word for gate, sha'ar, sha'ar, she'arim. She'arim is the gates. So the singular gate, sha'ar, plural gate, she'arim, the she'arim, right? Se'u she'arim. So here it's actually saying, lift up the gates. Rashekem, Rashekem. You Rases. Here the Hebrew for Rosh. Rosh is head. Rashekem, right? Rashekem. Rashe is like to say, like the heads of you all. The heads of you all. Your heads. Your Rases. Rashekem. In the Hebrew, Rashekem. Su'a She'arim. Rashekem. Su'a She'arim. Rashekem. Su Sharim Rashekem. Now look at the English for a moment. Lift up your heads, O ye gates. That's what I mean. It's turned back to front. Right? Lift up your head, O ye gates. So let me get this correct. Are you saying to the gates to lift up the heads? Or are you saying to the heads, to the Rosh, the Rases, Rashe, right? The Rashim, right? To the Rases of them, right? To lift up the gates, to open up the gates, right? That's why if you lift up your heads, look at everybody follows. It's like one fool make many. It say lift up your heads, gates. Lift up your heads, gates. But no. It's saying Se'u she'arim, right? Lift up the gates, you heads, right? Lift up the gates, right? You heads, or the heads of y'all, right? So right here, lift up your heads. Some say lift up your heads, but notice it's she'arim, right? What has to lift up, right? See, it's taking the little word Rosh, right? The little word Rosh is head. But if you look at Rosh, Rosh is also the chief, the head, the prince, the chief, the head, the chief man of a city, right? The Rashim would be like the headmen, right, of a city, of a nation, right? So it can also apply like the heads of Israel, the Rases of Israel, the Roshes of Israel, right? The heads. You see where it says a head, a division, a company, a band, right? So it's actually speaking to the mandem, right, to lift up and to open up the gates, right? There's a call and response, like a password kind of a thing going on right here. Extend your height because some say you are too low for the passing through of the King of Glory. That's one way if you go with the lift up your heads, right? But if you go with the fact that the heads, Rashe Kem, are to lift up the gates, the chief men, those who are responsible, they're to open the way for the Melech HaKabod, for the King of Glory. So remember, the King of Glory, in this context, is the ark. Dawid is bringing the ark into his city of Sion, of Zion, right? So the King of Glory is connected with the ark. Because remember what Yahweh says, even in the Torah reading and feeding Teruma, right? And also in Tetzaweh, he says, there I will speak with you from above the mercy seat and between the cherubim, the cherubim, right? There I will meet with you. So here the connection of King of Glory is linking with the ark because Yahweh's presence and the connection of his presence, right? And his communication, right, through the ark and with the ark right there, right? So here we say that the more better translation, let me see if anybody else got it. Look up, you gates. Lift up your heads, you gates. Well, lift up your heads. Why didn't they just translate lift up the gates, you heads? Right? You heads, the heads of y'all, right, are to lift up, those who are in the command, like a company, the army, those who are in command, who David left behind, right? But they all go to lift up your heads. I guess it's classic English, right? But the Hebrew, right, actually reads a little bit different. So she'arima rashekem, right? First part right there, right? Where he nasu pitache olam. Where and he nasu pitache olam. That's the second part right there. And be y'all lift up, right? Be your nasa. Where heat nasu, and y'all be nasad. Where heat nasu, right? The heat nasu sense right here is the heat nasu, right? The heat fa'el sense, right? Heat nasu, to lift oneself up, right? The heat nasu, right? Be ye lifted up, right? Be ye lifted, like lift yourselves up. Be ye lifted up, right? Ye everlasting doors, right? So here it has the word patach, pita. What do we have right here? Here was the verse. Where's the verse? Hard copy. Okay, here we have pitache olam, pitache, the petach, the opening, the doors, the entrance, the petach singular, pitache, the doors, the openings of olam, right? The eternal, everlasting, right? Olam, right? The sense of olam, the eternal, right? Everlasting, right? Vanishing point, eternity, the eternal doors, right here. Ye gates of old, right? Better translations like you ancient gates, right? Because the word olam can also be like eternity past to say ancient, right? So be lifted up, right? Be lifted up. Wehita nasu, pitache olam, with and yabo, and he will enter in, and he enter in, with yabo, to come in, to bo, right? To go in, to come in, right? With Yabo, and he coming in will come in. Melech, the king, Melech, right? Melech ha kabod, the Melech of the kabod, the Melech of the glory, the king of the glory, the king of glory. So the everlasting doors, right? Everlasting doors, the gates of old, the ancient doors, the king of glory. So the King of Glory is thought of here in connection with the ark, Dawid bringing the ark, The King of Glory is he who be, who accompanied the ark, who was accompanying the Aaron, right? The ark. Remember the ark symbolic of Yahweh's throne, right? His throne on earth, his throne in the tabernacle, right? So we have this in Numbers chapter 10, verse 35, the connection of the King of Glory here in Numbers chapter 10, verse 35, and Second Shemuel, Second Samuel chapter 6, verse 2. Chapter 6, verse 2. You remember we had went to Second Samuel chapter 6, verse 2, where it said right there, and David arose and went with all the people that were with him from Baale Yehuda to bring up from thence the ark of God, the ark of Elohim, whose name is called by the name of Yahweh Sebaot that dwelleth between the cherubim. Just right here for you once again, because this is important when we say, well, who is the King of Glory here? Right? Now we say Yahweh, but what is the King of Glory's relationship, right, with the ark? And here this gives us a direct, let's go to the second verse right here. Right, let's go to the second verse right here, KJV Light. And David arose and went with all the people that were with him from Baale Yehuda, right, from the lords of Judah, the husbands of Judah, Baale Yehuda, to bring up from thence the Aaron Elohim, whose name, what it says, the ark of God. It doesn't say the ark of God, whose name is called by the name of Yahweh Sabaoth. So the ark, right, of Elohim, according to the Second Samuel 6 and 2, so the connection of the King of Glory in this context, right, is the one who accompanied the ark. And here it's linking with the ark, right, Yahweh, right, of hosts, right, the ark of Elohim, whose name is called by the name of the Lord of hosts, Yahweh Sabaoth, that dwelleth between, it says, the cherubim, right? Let's just bring this down to Hebrew, because we didn't touch on this in the Hebrew. Let's go up here to the top, right? It says, Wayakam, Wayaleka Dawid, we call Ha'am Asherito. So it says, Wayakam, and he rose up, Wayalek, and he went, and he tried it. David went, would call Ha'am and all the people Asher, that which was Asher, that was with that was with him, Asher, it says, Mia Baaleya Yehuda, from the lords of Judah, Mi Baale, from the Baale Yehuda, the lords of Judah, Le Ha'alota Misham, to Aliyah up from there. Le Ha'alot Misham, from there, eight, right, Aaron, right, to cause to go up from there the Aaron Ha Elohim, the ark of Elohim, Aaron Ha Elohim Asher Nikra, that which is called. So the ark of the Elohim, the true God, that is called Aaron Ha Elohim Asher Nikra. So here's the part that we are zooming in on, right? Because some very important information that we're getting right here concerning the ark. Right here it says the Aaron, the part highlighted, Aaron Ha Elohim, the ark of the Elohim, Asher, that which Nikra, that which was called, Shem, right? The name that was called, right? By the name that it was called, right? Nikra Shem. Shem was called the name, by the name that was called, the name of Yahweh, right? Shem Yahweh Sebaot, the name of he who be of armies. Yahweh Sebaot, Jehovah Sabaot, Yahweh Sebaot. It says Yosheb, who is seated, right? Yosheb, who is seated, Ha Kirubim, who is seated, right? Who is seated, the cherubim, Alayo, right, above, right, who is seated like above the cherubim, or who's seated, above the cherubim. So right there is telling us right here in this verse right here, right? Let's see the ISV. It says to bring up from thence Aaron Ha-Elohim, who is called the name. Here they bring it out who is called the name, right? Nikra Shem, called the name, the Shem, Yahweh Sabaoth, Jehovah Sabaoth, who is enthroned, Yosheb HaKirubim Alaya, who actually the translation's poor here in the KJV. You see, it says that dwelleth and it has between. The word between is not there. Really, it's saying who is dwelleth or who is seateth, who sitteth above the cherubim. It actually says who sitteth above the cherubim, like in the Hebrew. That's what it says right there. But the translator didn't really bring that out, where it says Yoshev HaKirubim Alayo, Alav Alayo, right? Yosheb, the one who is seated, Ha Kirubim, the cherubim. He who is seated, the cherubim, Alayo, above, right? Above it. So he is seated above it. So just interesting the link and the connection, the ark, and the name Yahweh Sebaot. The name, let's bring it down here as you might know it a little bit more so as the Lord of hosts, Jehovah Sabaoth. All right, then only bring it out right there. All right, let's see this right here. Okay, yeah. So I just wanted to go to that verse right there, just as a vacative. So the King of Glory right here, right, is referring to Yahweh, right, because it said that he would commune there and he'd be seated above the cherubim. So here, to this verse here, let's move forward. Su sharim rashekem where he nasu pitache olam where yabo melech hakabod where yabo melech hakabod where yabo melech hakabod, right? And that he who be who he be, that the King of Glory may enter in. So here the chet verse, here the 8th verse right here. Now here's part of the call and response. You know, like before one can come into like a guarded city, they have to give a password, or there's a way of going back and forth just to confirm who is this that's entering into Sion, into Zion. So the question rises up, right? When it said from the last verse, right? Yabo Melech HaKabod, that the King of Glory may enter in. So the question is, who this King of Glory? Who is this Melech HaKabod? All right. Respond to Yahweh, strong and mighty. Yahweh, mighty in battle. So right here in the Hebrew, me ze Melech HaKabod. Me, who, ze, this. Who this? Me ze, who this? Me ze, me, who, ze, this. Me ze Melech HaKabod. Who is this Melech HaKabod? Who is this King of Glory? Mizeh Melech HaKabod. Response, Yahuwah Izuza Wigibora. Yahuwah, he who be, Izuz. He who is Izuz. Right? What's Izuz? Right? Strong. Izuz. There you go. Izuz. He's Izuz with, right? He is powerful, right? Powerful, forcible, right? From azaz, the verb azaz, to be strong, right? So who is this King of Glory? Mizeh Melech HaKabod, Yahuwah Izuz Gibor. He is Izuz, right? Strong, wit and Gibor. And he is Gibor. Here's Gibor. What is Gibor? Strong, right? Mighty, right? It has more of the sense of might, right? Like mighty acts, mighty deeds. Gibor, powerful. He is the Gibor, right? Gibor. Me, Zeh, Melech HaKabod, Yahuwah Izuza Wigibor, Yahuwah Gibor Milchama. Gibor Milchama. So the response to the question of Mizeh, who is this Melech HaKavod? Yahuwah Izuz Wigibor. He who be, who he be, who is strong, Izuz, with and Gibor. right? And mighty. Yahuwah, he who be, Gibor, he who is mighty, mighty in acts of might, milchama. So the word milchama here is battle, right? He is the Gibor milchama. He is the mighty one of battle, right? He is the mighty one of war, milchama. So the word for fighting, engagement in Hebrew is milchama, right? So the word for battle, for war, milchama, milchama. And Yahweh here is being identified as being Gibor, right? As being Gibor Milchama, right? Being the mighty one, right? In battle, the mighty one, right? The like warrior. This word Gibor also can be like a warrior, right? When it says that Yahweh is a Ish, right? In the Song of the Sea, Exodus chapter 15, it says Yahweh is Ish. He's Ish. Ish is man, right? He's Ish Milchama. He's a man of war, Ish Milchama. But here, to the King of Glory, who is this King of Glory? The response, Yahuwah Izuz Gibor, Yahuwah Gibor Milchama. What do we have right here? Question, who is this King of Glory? The sentries at the Sha'arim, the sentries at the gates, right? Mizeh melech hakavod, mizeh, right? They are represented as performing their duties, right? Remember those outside were saying, open up the gates, right? Lift up the gates, open up the gates, right? Yabo melech hakavod, so the King of Glory, the melech hakavod, may enter in, right? And those who already were in, they were saying, Mize melech hakavod, right? So the sentries at the gates are doing their duty of challenging whoever would enter by asking, well, who is, right? This, Mize, who, this, melech hakavod. And the response, he who be, Izuz, right? Wigibor, he who be strong, right? So identifying he who be Yahweh as by the attributes of Izuz, he's Izuz, right? Powerful, right? As well as Gibor, right? Powerful and mighty, Gibor, as well as Yahweh, he who be, being the Gibor, the mighty, right? The mighty one, the mighty warrior, the mighty one in Milchama, the mighty one in battle, the mighty one in fighting, right? Why? Why this here? Why does David compose this in Psalm 24, the hymn of greeting, right? The psalm of bringing the ark to the resting place in Zion, bringing it to his city of Zion, bringing the ark in. Why does he call on these attributes? Well, Yahuwah had just given victory. Yahuwah had just given Yesha, right? Yeshua. He given Yeshua. He given Yeshuot. He gave victory, right? Salvation, victory in battle to Dawid, didn't he? He had given victory to Dawid against the Yebusi, right? The Yebusim, against the Jebusites, right? Even in the capture of Zion, right? Thus, David naturally, would say, Yahuwah Izuz Gibor, Yahuwah Gibor Milcham, right? Right here, to the 9th verse, the 8th verse right here, right? To the 9th verse right here. Again, we have this call and response. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, even lift up everlasting eternal doors, ancient doors, and the King of glory shall come in. So they repeat, right? The repetition is like a chorus line. Su'u Sharim Rashekem. Usu Pitachei Olam we Yabo Melech HaKabod. Now it's somewhat changed up, it's somewhat changed up from like where he nasu, y'all being lifting yourselves up, to uaseu, right? Useu. So the command to lift up is repeated. Su Sharim, right? Lift up gates, right? Lift up the gates. Rashekem, your heads, right? Usu, and lift up Pitachei Olam, lift up the Petach, right? The opening, the entrance, the ancient entrance, the eternal entrance, Pitachei Olam, and Viyavo, Melech HaKavod, Viyabo, Melech HaKavod, and the Melech HaKavod will enter in. So they repeat, they double down, right? Those outside. Because you remember, those were inside the city of David in Zion, right? And the ark, right? And the procession was outside coming in, right? So remember this psalm of David composed for such an occasion. So for added impressiveness, the invocation and the response are repeated. This call and response, right? This call and response right here. So here, Su'u Sharim Rashekem, Usu'u Pitchei Olam, Wiyabo Melech HaKabod, right? And the King of Glory, let the King of Glory enter in. Here, the Yod verse, Yod verse here, right? Once again, the question is asked, who is this Melech HaKavod? Who is this King of Glory? What's the response? Now, notice how this links with the 2 Samuel chapter 6, verse 2, what we just read about the ark, right? The Aron HaElohim, right? Which is called by the name Nikra Hashem Yahuwah Tzebaot, right? Who is this King of Glory? Says Yahuwah Tzebaot. You see that link from the historical part? So we can see this Psalm of David as actually reflecting also the historical narrative concerning bringing the ark to Zion. So they answer. So what is the answer that they answer? They say, Yahuwah Tzebaot, Jehovah of hosts of armies, he Melech Hakabod Selah, interlude, right? Seal up to say Selah, right? Me who ze. Now here's different than before. When they asked, they said me ze, who this. So at first when they had asked in verse 8, they say me ze, like who this, me ze melech hakavod, right? Who this melech hakavod. Here they say me who ze, who he this, who is this he, right? Who he this, me who ze melech hakavod. And the response now, I guess now they'll say, oh, now you say who? Yahuwah Tzebaot, he who he be, of hosts, of armies. Who? He himself, Melech HaKavod. He himself is the King of the glory, the King of glory. Selah, Sila, right? To the bridge, right? Lift up those gates now, right? Mi hu ze melech hakavod, Yahuwah Tzebaot, hu melech hakavod, Selah. Now notice that here when they say the Lord of hosts, remember what we had just had went to in second, just to link it in case one's blinked right there. Let's just go here once again, right? This is 2 Samuel 6 and 2, right? The whole chapter of 2 Samuel chapter 6 will go into all the detail about how David brought the ark, right, to Zion. Well, you see what it says right here? And David arose and went with all the people that with him from Baalei Yehuda, from the lords of Judah, to bring up from thence the Aron ha-Elohim, the ark of the Elohim, whose name, Nikra Shem, is called by the Shem, the name of Yahuwah Tzebaot, that dwelleth, right? That dwelleth really above the cherubim, upon the cherubim, right? Is a more correct translation of that. But you see how they're linking here the ark of Elohim with the name, and the name that is called Nikra Shem, the name that is called by the name, the Shem of Yahuwah Tzebaot, right? So Jehovah of hosts, right? And now you see that here, right here in 2 Samuel chapter 6, verse 2. This is a historical chapter. This whole chapter is a historical background of Psalm 24, Mizmor Kaf Dalet, the hymn of greeting. And then here, when they finally, right, because they're asking, well, who is this? Who is this, right? And so they ask again, who is this he, right? But the King James really don't bring it out really well. They kind of miss, right? See, even ISV, got to give it to ISV, just because it's correct. Who is he? But even they kind of off. Right? Well, no. Who is he? Right? It says me who, right? Me who he, right? So in the Hebrew, it's me who. It's not who is this, as in verse 8. In verse 8, it was me zeh, right? Who, me, to say who zeh, who this, me zeh. But here's me who, right? Me who? Zemelech hakabod, right? Who is he, right? Who is he? This Melech hakabod, this King of glory. The response, Yahuwah Sebaot, as we had in 2 Samuel chapter 6, verse 2, when it talked about the ark of Ha-Elohim that is called by the name of Yahuwah Sebaot. Look what they respond. They say Yahuwah Sabaoth, who is who? He, Melech HaKabod. He is the King of glory. So we can say like the full cipher, has come full cipher, in the call and response, right, at the gates. So here, the key, the significant is Lord of hosts, right? The Lord of hosts. Here they have Sabah and Sabah. They don't have Sabaoth. Actually, this is Sabaoth. It's Sabaoth. Not Sabbath, but Sabaoth. Sa. Not Shah. Shabbat, right? But this is Sa. They don't, Yahweh of armies, Yahweh of armies. They bring it out a little bit there, right there. But you can see how that connects with the narrative, right? And also how it's connected here with the ark. So finally, to seal up, it's the designation of Elohei Yisrael, the Elohim of Israel, right, as Yahweh Sebaot, Yahweh of armies, of hosts, is employed here in two senses. So the Lord of hosts, right, Yahweh Sebaot, right, in the Hebrew is employed in two senses. Lord of hosts right here is employed in two senses, right? One, a narrow sense, and the other a little more of a universal or universal sense. First, right? Host, right? When we talk about host, it's sabaot from sabah. What is host? Host may indicate armies, right? You see here, BDB, that which goes forth, army, warfare, war, host, army, host in the sense of an organized army, like an organized band. Host in the sense of the Malakim, the angels, Malakim, right? And host in the sense of sun, moon, and stars is called the host. Even creation is referred to as host. In Hebrew, the sense of Sabah in Sabaot is used of war, warfare, service, right? Going out to war, the sense of serving, right? Serving in an organized, you can say an organized group, right? An organized group, an organized army, like a mass of persons, the sense of Savaot, especially in the Hebrew sense here, regularly organized for war, regularly organized for war, i.e., an army. But the implication of this word is a campaign, whether literally or figuratively. In the Hebrew sense, the tzava, the army, the host, right, specifically has a sense of hardship and work and worship. So we have warfare, worship, and hardship. So also worship and hardship is also part of that campaign. In other words, working together for one cause of Yahweh of hosts. So in the first sense, the word host here, right, in Lord of hosts, Yahweh Sabaoth, right, indicates armies, as in David's challenge. David made a challenge to Goliath, right? David made a challenge to Goliath. Since we come this far, let's just kind of go here and link this challenge so you can see, see it. We don't want to say it and somebody say, well, he didn't provide any proof. So let me provide some proof here, right? Some exhibits right here. So here, let's go to verse 45. So here we are in First Samuel, chapter 17, right? Verse 45, right? Just to bring out this sense of host as we seal up the 24th Psalm. Then said David to the Philistine, to Goliath, right? Thou comest to me with a sword and a spear and with a shield. But I come to thee, to the eye, in the name of Yahweh Sabaoth, the God of the armies of Israel, whom thou hast defied. This is what David said when David stepped to Goliath. And David didn't kill Goliath with a sling and a stone. He knocked him out. And then he took Goliath's big sword and cut off his head like he had said from before. In fact, that connects with what we said before about the shewbread, David getting the shewbread, you know what I mean? And also getting the sword of Goliath that was at Nob. That's another part right there. But here's what David said to the Philistine. So why does David call on this particular name? Yahweh as Yahweh Sabaoth, as he who he be of armies. Why does he call him he who he be of armies? Well, this verse right here. Let's bring this out. Wayomer David elaha Pelishti. And David said to the Pelishti, the Pelishet, to the one from Pelishet, to the Philistine, right? Wayomer David elaha Pelishti. Ataba Eli, you come to I or against I, Bechareb, with sword, right? Bechareb, with sword. Machanit, and spear. Be Kidon, right? And some say like a javelin, the Kidon, right? The Kidon, right? Here they have as a shield, Kidon, right? But here it's more of a javelin, right? A javelin, right? A piece of armor for the throat, some say, but a javelin or a short dart, a short sword or dart right here. Here they have it as a javelin, but KJV translates with a shield. But it's a different word for shield. There's Sina and there's Magain for shield. So this is also some of the false translation in KJV. But let's go back to what David said to the Philistine. Wayomer David elaha Pelishti. Ata ba elaya bechareba ua ba chanita ua be kidon. We anoki. And I, Anoki, where Anoki ba Eleka Bishem Yahuwah Bizabaot Elohei Ma'arkota Yisrael Asher Cherafta. Asher, the one who Cherafta, who you have reproached. Asher, the one who Cherafta, who you have defied. This is what David said to the Philistine, Chabarim. So notice how even here David calls, right, upon Yahweh as Yahweh of hosts, Yahweh Tsebaot. And also he further goes, he says, the God of the armies of Yisrael, right? But here he uses a different word, a different kind of a weird word. He says, Elohei Ma'arkot, Ma'arkot Yisrael. What is the Ma'arkot? Ma'arkot. We have the Ma'araka. What is the Ma'araka? The rank, the road, the rank, the battle line. So the Ma'arakot, like the battle lines of Yisrael. So he wasn't saying armies, but like more like the battle lines of Yisrael, the arrangement, right? You being like in battle array, military array, the arrangement from Ma'arak to arrange, to plan, right? So that's what he says. So it's not the armies there, right? The armies there is the arrangement of Yisrael, whom thou hast defied. Right? Just one more time what David said to the Philistine, to Goliath. Wayomer Dawid ilaha Pelishti. He said to the Pelishti, Ata ba elaya bechareba ua ba chanita ua be kidon. You come out against I with by way of a sword, the chareb, right? By way of the chanit, right? The spear, and uaber kidon, and with a javelin, where anoki, and I myself, where anoki, ba eleka, and I am coming against the I, Bishem Yahuwah, in the name of he who he be, Sebaot, in the name of he who he be of armies. Elohe, the Elohim Ma'arakot Yisrael, the Elohim of the battle lines of Yisrael. Asher, the one who Cherafta, the one who you have, the word Cherafta from Charaf, right? Who you have reproached, the one who you have taunted, the one who you have blasphemed, the one who you have defied. This is what David said to Goliath, right? So that's one sense of what David means by the armies, right? Yahuwah Sabaoth, right? Of the Sabaoth, right? Of the Marakota Yisrael, of the battle arrays of Yisrael. The second sense of hosts, right? On the other hand, host is used of the heavenly bodies in Genesis chapter 2, verse 1. In Genesis chapter 2, verse 1, right? That also goes to the Sabbath, the word of the Sabbath. God leads to the Sabbath. Right there. Genesis chapter 2, verse 1, the heavenly bodies, right? And Yahweh Sebaot also may be explained by the vision. There's a vision described, right, in First Kings 22 and 19, First Kings 22 and 19, First Kings 22 right here and 19, to get a sense of these names and some of the compound names of Yahweh. It says right here, let's go KJV light. And he said, hear thou therefore the word of Yahweh. This is the correct quote here, First Kings 22 and 19, right? Right. Here's it. I saw Yahweh sitting on his throne, and all the hosts of heaven, so the sense of the hosts of heaven, check it, standing by him on his right hand and on his left. So here's where the vision right here. Wayomer lakena shema'a debar Yahuwah ra'iti eta Yahuwah yosheba ala kiso. We call us Tzeva Hashemayim, and all the Tzeva Hashemayim, the host of heaven. We call us Tzeva Hashemayim, the host of heaven, Omeid, standing alayo, right? Like upon him, like around him, right? Mimino, right? Standing on his right, alayo mimino, Ua Misa Molo, and on his left. So Mimino on his right hand, Mimino, and Mismolo on his left hand side, right there. So the hosts in the universal sense, like the hosts of heaven, right? And I mentioned it right here, but let me just go here one time right here. Here's Genesis chapter 2, verse 1, right? It's part of what we have. Even Benjamin has that in his tune. Don't forget the Sabbath day. Yeah. So here it goes right here. Thus the heavens and earth were finished, and all the host, Yahweh Sabaoth, he who be of hosts, and all the host of them. And this is often said, this is actually the word for the Shabbat, right? A word of invocation for the Shabbat right here, right? Because after the 6 days of the creation activity, then he rests on the Shabbat day, and this often is read. This and like the next verse or so is read for the Shabbat time. Why kulu? It's known as the Vai kulu, Why kulu, and being completed and being kala, being finished, being accomplished. Why kulu? And they were kalaed, they were finished. Why kulu hashemayim, and the heavens were finished. Why kulu hashemayim were haaretz, and the earth were called, and all Tzevaam, and all their hosts, and all their Tzevaam were called Tzevaam, and all the Tzevaam, and all the hosts of them. So we see the host in this sense of the sun, moon, stars, the whole creation right there. So the two senses right there of Yahuwah Tzebaot, the sense of he is Yahuwah of hosts, of armies, like with Dawid in battle and with Yisrael, right? As well as he is Yahuwah Tzebaot in the sense of the creation and the creator. So accordingly, right? It denominates the name Yahuwah Sabaoth. It denominates the supreme ruler of the universe, universally speaking, universally, non-partially speaking. And here, to a full seal, right? Here, we come to the seal, right here, this psalm right here. Here's a quick, brief Hebrew of today's psalm. Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem.
יש לנו את החירות לבחור, ממשיך קדימה לא נשאר מאחור, הכוח הוא בהתמדה, כן, ורק בסוף הדרך סופרים את הקופה. יש כבוד, יש
מזמור כ"ד לדוד מזמור. לאדוני הארץ ומלואה, תבל ויושביה, כי הוא על ימין יסדה, ועל נהרות יכונניה. מי יעלה בהר אדוני, ומי יקום במקום קודשו? נקי כפיים ובר לבב, אשר לא נשא לשאר נפשי, ולא נשבע למרמה. יישא ברכה מאת אדוני, וצדקה מאלוהי ישעו. זה דור דורשיו, מבקשי פניך יעקב, סלה. שאו שערים ראשיכם, והינשאו פתחי עולם, ויבוא מלך הכבוד. מי זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני עזוז וגיבור, אדוני גיבור מלחמה. שאו שערים ראשיכם, ושאו פתחי עולם, ויבוא מלך הכבוד. מי הוא זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני צבאות, הוא מלך הכבוד, סלה, 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 סלה.
Yes. Here comes a fulfillment right here. Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam. Here the Queen's Dove. But first, let's let the Queen come forward first. Queen Makeda right here. Her beautiful tune here is called Clean Hands. Check it out on the YouTube. Clean Hands. Psalm 24. Here. Also check out the official video by Queen Makeda right here on this psalm here. Right, the first day psalm, evening psalm for the first day, Psalm 24. Listen now for the verse. Niki kapayi mubar lebab, clean hands, pure heart. Here. Shema Yisrael.
Who can ascend to his holy mountain? He who has clean hands and a pure שנה ועל ניחרות יכונני מי יעלה בהר נהריה היי נקי כפיים ובר לבב נקי כפיים ובר לבב He who has clean hands and a pure heart hey He who has clean hands and a pure heart Who can ascend to his holy mountain Who can stand in his holy place He who has clean hands and a pure heart Who can ascend to his holy mountain Who can stand in his holy place He who has clean hands and a pure heart Niki kapayim uvar levav Niki kapayim uvar levav He who has clean hands and a pure heart hey He who has clean hands and a pure heart Who can ascend to his holy mountain Who can stand in his holy place He who has clean hands and a pure heart Who can ascend to his holy mountain Who can stand in his holy place He who has clean hands and a pure heart
Yes. Shabbat Shalom, Semet Salam. Shabbat Shalom, Mubarak. Have a peaceful, a shalomful, a healthy Shabbat. Rest, take a breath, refresh, and be blessed. Yes. B'Shem Yeshua HaMoshiach, in the name of the King of Kings Christ. Yes, I. Shalom, Chaverim, shalom. Here for the outro right here. Here we have the Queen's Dub. Right here, the outro of today's, the daily psalm right here, Queen's Dub right here. Shalom, Chabarim, shalom. Join I for the After the Shabbat podcast, y'all willing. Here on the ear and the iris. Yes, I, Rastafari. Yeshua, shalom, Chabarim. Dubwise. Hello.
Psalm 24. The earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas, and established it upon the floods. Who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord, or who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who hath not lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully. He shall receive the blessing from the Lord, and righteousness from the God of his salvation. This is the generation of them that seek him, that seek thy face, O Jacob. Selah. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lift up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, even lift them up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord of hosts. He is the King of glory. Selah, 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 Selah.
מזמור כ"ד, לדוד מזמור. לאדוני הארץ ומלואה, תבל ויושבבה. כי הוא על ימים יסדה, ועל נהרות יכונניה. מי יעלה בהר אדוני, ומי יקום במקום קודשו. נקי כפיים ובר לבב, אשר לא נשא לשווא נפשי, ולא נשבע למרמה. יישא ורחם מאת אדוני, וצדקה מאלוהי ישעו. זה דור דורשיו, מבקשת פניך יעקב סלע. שאו שערים ראשיכם, והינשאו פתחי עולם, ויבוא מלך הכבוד. מי זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני עזוז וגיבור, אדוני גיבור מלחמה. שאו שערים ראשיכם, ושאו פתחי עולם, ויבוא מלך הכבוד. מי הוא זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני צבאות, הוא מלך הכבוד סלע.
לדוד מזמור, לאדוני הארץ ומלואה, תבל ויושבבה, כי הוא על ימים יסדה, ועל נהרות יכונניה. מי יעלה בהר אדוני, מי יקום במקום קודשו. נקי כפיים ובר לבב, אשר לא נשא לשווא נפשי, ולא נשבע למרמה. יישא ורחם את אדוני, וצדקה אלוהי ישעו. זה דור דורשיו, מבקשי פניך יעקב סלע. שאו שערים ראשיכם, יינשאו פתחי עולם, יבוא מלך הכבוד. מי זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני עזוז וגיבור, אדוני גיבור מלחמה. שאו שערים ראשיכם, ושאו פתחי עולם, ויבוא מלך הכבוד. מי זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני צבאות, הוא מלך הכבוד סלע.
Send bet salam. Send bet salam. Send bet salam. Send bet salam. Sabbath peace. Sabbath safety. Send bet peace. Rest safely. Rest. The true rest and peace is in Christos and in Him. Salam.
Send bet salam. Shabbat shalom. A song for days of resting inside your home. Send bet salam, Shabbat shalom. Send bet salam, Shabbat shalom. A song for days of resting inside your home. Send bet salam, Shabbat shalom.
Shalom, Chaverim. Shalom. Yeshua Shalom.